from what we can understand, I mean, everything was on normal approach for it with the, barring the change of the runway, but they had acknowledged that the change of the runway was no problem. So, very interesting situation. Obviously, a lot of eyes on it here today, and of course, we'll keep you updated on it as well, through the course of the day. Let's talk about our local weather now across the Mid-South. We are tracking rain moving across the region, heavy at times, especially north of the city of Memphis. That's probably where the heaviest bouts of rain will likely be as we go through the course of the day today. This will not be, like on and this will be more of an on and off rain than anything else, not necessarily a constant rain in every single location. But for some folks, yeah, it may be pretty constant, especially in those areas north of the city. South of the city, it's going to be more sporadic in nature through the course of the day ahead. But where we have the more persistent rainfall, 1 to 3 inches of rainfall across the board with locally heavier amounts not out of the realm of possibility. Severe weather doesn't look to be likely either, but there could be a small window of time between like 4 and 8 o'clock this evening where we could have a gusty storm or two coming across the Mississippi River, mainly for our southwesternmost communities. We're talking Phillips, Lee, and Coahoma counties, that potential. But again, that risk is pretty low. I think the higher potential for stronger storms will likely stay south of the Action News 5 coverage area. We are watching a band of rain that's developing down along the Highway 6 corridor. That's lifting northward, so it should be approaching the metro area sometime around 8 to 9 o'clock here this morning with some more rain to contend with. And again, notice, I want you to highlight this, along and north of I-40, that's where the heaviest rain aspect will likely be, and it will be more persistent throughout the day. South and east of the I-40 corridor, the rain is not going to be as persistent. Kind of more scattered activity throughout the course of the day. So places like Holly Springs, Batesville, over to Marks, you'll make a run to the upper 60s today if you can stay away from the rain showers long enough. Farther north, it'll be in the upper 50s and near 60, and we're just kind of teetering on the edge here in the city of Memphis. And from the standpoint of where we are in relation to the rain right now, you don't have to go very far to the north to run into it. So it just kind of depends on how things play out. Now, the actual cold front comes sweeping through the area, I think 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Arkansas, 8 to 10 p.m. across the central portion of the Action News 5 coverage area, 10 to midnight as you head out towards the Tennessee River, and should be moving into Middle Tennessee and North Alabama by midnight tonight. And eventually, the skies will begin to clear out as temperatures come down into the 50s to start off early Friday. We'll have a mixture of clouds and sunshine throughout the day. Temperatures low to mid 60s for Friday to round out the work week, but not before dumping a lot of rainfall. As I mentioned, most of the morning will be pretty light down south, and then as the actual front works its way through the area, you might pick up an additional inch or two. But again, keep in mind, 1 inch to 3 inches across the area, and there will be a pocket somewhere between Little Rock to Jonesboro that will be over 3 inches of rainfall that could lead up to some flood concerns. Beyond that, the weekend forecast doesn't look half bad. Now, I will say clouds may be a little bit more dominant on Saturday. Upper 50s to call, near 70 as we head towards Sunday with a pretty aggressive south breeze coming in here, and that may continue even into Monday of next week. Of course, stay up to date with the very latest anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. There's your 10-day, 64 the high today. Again, on and off showers and storms. The call, as far as severe weather is concerned, this is going to be pretty low chance. I think it's going to be more so just the rain, and at times could come down heavily, especially north and west of the city. Tomorrow, clouds back and forth between that and sunshine. I think we'll have a lot of clouds, at least starting off Saturday, giving way to some more sunshine through the afternoon hours, and then just a barn burner of a couple of days there, Sunday and Monday. And some indications, I will tell you, some indications here, Tuesday, Wednesday, stay quite warm as well. We may have to nudge those numbers up. This front that's trying to nudge its way southward stalls out overhead, and so we're seeing these waffling of the temperatures back and forth Tuesday, Wednesday. Yesterday, in the last 2 days, we had some guidance that would suggest that we'd be in the 40s for highs, while others were in the 60s and 70s. It's all due to a frontal boundary basically stalling right along the I-40 corridor, and that waffling effect. South of that boundary, very warm, and it's north of the boundary, marginally cooler, comparatively to where we should be for this time of the year, and comparatively to where we have been in recent days. So we'll be watching that time frame, but I think that somebody's gonna make a run for 70 probably Sunday and Monday across the Mid-South. And then beyond that, there's still an inkling of rain chances that will come into the fold as we head beyond Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's all going to be highly dependent on these little disturbances coming through the flow pattern along that stalled boundary nearby to us as we head through the middle and latter portion of next week, Andrew.
So, Patrick, we get through this rain stuff, the rain today, to perhaps a little bit tomorrow, and then we're looking really great. It seems like for the next 7 to 10 days. On the back end of the 10 days, do you see a chill in the forecast?
Yeah, the crazy thing is that no, I really don't. On the back end at this point, I've been saying mid-month of February we probably will see a flip over to colder. We just haven't seen it really being modeled yet. I mean, like I said, if anything, we've seen the temperatures continue to creep upward. As I said, Sunday, Monday will probably be barn burner days and runaway days when it comes down to temperatures. And then now it's looking, even in some parts of the Action News 5 coverage area, that Tuesday and Wednesday could still be quite warm, even upper 60s to near 70 degrees. So there's some indications there that keep us warm throughout next week at least until we get that front to actually swing southward. So it's all dependent on the placement of a stalling frontal boundary. Again, that front will probably come swinging through here sometime Monday to Tuesday, and depending ultimately on where it's located at will determine how the temperatures will fall out, and also the coverage of rain as we go through the middle and latter portion next week. It's a murky forecast, to say the least, beyond day 6 or 7 at this point.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis getting us started on a wet and rainy Thursday. Patrick, thank you.
No problem.
And you can see right now from our Midtown High Five camera there, certainly it is wet on the lens as we are dealing with a rain across much of the Mid-South. Nothing too severe, at least at this point. Certainly we'll be watching it. We'll be talking about the forecast throughout the morning here on Action News 5's digital desk. We're also going to be following the breaking news that we've been talking about all morning long, and that is a breaking news where the American Airlines flight in an Army helicopter collide midair last night in D.C. All feared dead. Everyone. That includes the 60 passengers, the 4 crew members, and the 3 soldiers that were on the helicopter. Wreckage in the Potomac River. And so officials just held a news conference a short time ago talking about how they are shifting from a rescue mission in the Potomac River to a recovery operation. We're going to be following updates throughout the morning here on Action News 5's digital desk. In addition to that, we're going to be talking about a number of different things here, one of which has to deal with, do you need a multivitamin? Also prepping a tailgate for the Super Bowl that's upcoming. And the countdown to game day, we're going to be talking about that as well. And we're also going to be talking about all kinds of different things here on the digital desk. We'll replay our interview with Kelsey Ballerini. We'll be talking about some of the issues with MATA and some of the private legal expenses that are happening and ways to save money this tax season. That's all ahead on Action News 5's digital desk. Stay with us. We're going to be back in 60 seconds on Action News 5's digital desk. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Have you heard of the Memphis Police Department's Clergy Academy? It has been around since 2011, and it's really there to support and strengthen the partnership between faith-based communities throughout the city of Memphis and law enforcement. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this. I'm joined by Lieutenant Tadario Holmes. He is on the digital desk to talk more about MPD's Clergy Academy. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir. How are you? Thank you so much for having us this morning.
I appreciate you being here. So tell me a little bit about, for many of our audience, the Clergy Academy. This might be the first time they've heard of it. Tell me about its origin, why it began, and how it's going in the last decade or so.
Yes, sir. The Clergy Academy is going great. And as you said, our inaugural session was in 2012. The Memphis Police Department Police Clergy Academy is an educational awareness initiative, and it is designed to support and strengthen collaborative partnerships between the faith-based community and law enforcement. It's comprised of a 6 weeks, which is a 12-hour curriculum that consists of classroom instructions, group discussions, and assimilated drills as well, all in which are intended to emphasize some of the most common law enforcement and crime-related issues that impact our city in significant ways.
Was there anything that spawned this? Was there a certain incident, or was this an initiative? How did it begin?
It was a part of the beginning of our community outreach program, which is the COP program here. And it was pretty much because we recognize our clergy and faith-based leaders as indispensable members of our community, and understood the importance of police and clergy relations.
How many people are involved in this clergy academy, or should I say, how many people have gone through it, and what is their job once they go through it?
Yes, sir. So we are currently enrolling our 15th session of the Clergy Academy. Our 14th session graduated last April of last year, bringing us to a total of 672 graduates of the Clergy Police Academy. Once the clergy graduate, they are assigned to different areas of our city, whether it's a precinct or investigative unit. And what they do is they volunteer their time to be a liaison between the community and law enforcement. They have various roles, some in which they, attend ceremonial, as you will see sometimes when we graduate our recruits, you'll see them in ceremonial services, then giving prayer and all that. In addition to that, they make hospital visits, and also they're called upon for certain citizens who may request a clergy representative on scenes that we have. So sometimes they even come to some of our scenes.
You said 672 graduates. That's a lot of people over the course of the academy, being involved since 2011. Where
Absolutely.
do they cater towards the community and law enforcement? And if that's the case, and that's my understanding from what you were mentioning, what is their most popular activity? I guess I want to say.
Well, they are leaders of our community, so they serve both the department. Sometimes they'll speak with our officers. Our officers may need some type of spiritual support, or someone to listen to, and likewise the community as well. They've come out to certain scenes that people or a citizen or a victim maybe on that scene may have asked for a clergy member. Many times, we have contact on direct contact in several cases with that particular victim's pastor or clergy leader or faith-based leader. So it is a great program. It's a great opportunity for us to be well connected with the faith-based community.
There might be some people watching right now, because we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning here on the Digital Desk, and they may say, I think I want to be a part of this program. If someone is interested, give me the facts about it. Is there a cost? You mentioned it's a 12-week course, or a 12-hour course, I think you said, over 6 weeks. And what else?
There's absolutely no cost to it. This is a community initiative that we run out of our community engagement unit. You have to be a licensed, ordained, or affirmed faith-based leader recognized by your local congregation, or by a faith-based governing body or ministry organization to be eligible to attend. The organization needs to be in the Memphis area. The clergy leader must pass a background check, and also those who are approved, again, will have to attend 1 day a week, which is on Thursday nights, consecutive Thursdays, engaging in a 2-hour session each week. I would also like to mention that,
Yeah,
sorry.
Please.
I would also like to mention that it's very easy it takes about 5 minutes to sign up for the class. You can go on our website. You can actually Google Memphis Police Department Clergy Police Academy, and you can pull up our application as well there and sign up digitally.
When is the next session? You mentioned the latest class is about to graduate, right?
Well, the last class graduated last April. Our next session starts March 20th. You do want to sign up for that class before February the 14th. Again, we have to, do background checks, so it takes quite a bit of a time for that. But you definitely want to sign up before February the 14th to get your spot in this class.
So you said you were part of the original class, was that right?
Oh, no, sir. The original class I was mentioning, the Argo class, was in 2012.
I see. Okay. Let me ask you this. What is the most rewarding aspect of being a part of MPD's Clergy Academy?
Well, first, for MPD, we recognize our faith-based community and faith-based leaders as indispensable partners necessary to help law enforcement to proactively fight and prevent crime. Now, our graduates will become more informed faith-based leaders, and they'll be more equipped to guide and serve the members and the congregations in the community in which they serve.
Is there anything else you want to mention? It's really interesting to learn more about this. Anything else you want to mention?
Yes, sir. So I'd definitely like to encourage you all to go at your earliest convenience to read on the Clergy Academy. We do have pamphlets on our website as well. You have a little information there. You also can contact me, myself, at tadario.holmes@memphistn.gov to get more information. It's a great program. There's other, very exciting things that happen in the class as well. One of the things I'd like to mention is that you'll have an opportunity to do a ride along. So clergy members actually have the opportunity to ride along with our law enforcement officers for a couple of hours to kind of see what it's like to patrol the community in which they serve from the police car. So that's pretty cool. They also get an opportunity to have an open conversation dialogue with our chief and other higher ranking officers to hear, their aspect of community engagement, and also to be able to express your own ideas and concerns in regards to the community as well. So it's very important. We have data that we will, start off with showing you the importance of clergy and police relations. So I'm very excited about this class. And I think that when you read more about it and you sign up for it and take this class, you'll see why.
All right, Lieutenant Tadario Holmes joining us, talking about Memphis Police Department's Clergy Academy. We appreciate your time. Thank you for informing us about this, and best of luck on another class coming up in just a few months. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Always love checking in with our friends at Memphis Botanic Garden, and they have some great programs lined up for you in the month of February. I'm joined right now by Carly Zamora, the Adult Education Coordinator, talking about these various programs. So, Carly, I guess this is all around the latest exhibit at Memphis Botanic Gardens, all across your 93 acres there, and that is the Trolls exhibit. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We do. We have some very special and very exciting visitors that are coming out to visit you guys. They're actually making the trek right now, walking their way down here all the way to Memphis. But they've started to leave a few little clues. I don't know if you can see our giant shovel in the background. That it's kind of hard to tell right now, but good bit taller than me, pretty huge. So some pretty big visitors coming to visit.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, like when people think of trolls, they think of these tiny little creatures, but the ones at Memphis Botanic Garden I've seen before, they are massive. Tell me more.
Absolutely. So we have 6 trolls in total that will be coming to visit our Memphis area. They'll be all throughout the garden, just like you said. And in inspiration of them coming to visit us, we also have some fun programming, some cool classes that are going to be centered around horticulture. So coming out and learning to plant things, and art classes that are going to be, like I said, all centered and inspired around our trolls that are coming to visit.
So tell me a little bit more about the trolls, because there's an underlying theme behind them coming to Memphis Botanic Garden.
Absolutely. So our trolls are very passionate about a few different things. The biggest one being humans and nature, which makes perfect sense being at a garden. They love talking about conservation, but not just that, talking about how to take something old and turning into something new and loving, or upcycling, which is the theme of one of our classes, is upcycling planters. They also love talking about taking a nice meditative walk. So we'll have fun things having to do with meditation and taking time away from your daily work life and being able to come out here and visit the garden. But each different troll has their own theming. So all throughout the next few months that they'll be staying with us, you'll be able to get different theming. We'll have fun stuff for the kids every Saturday in April and May that are going to center around each individual troll. So every time you come out, you'll experience something new.
Fantastic. So you mentioned a little bit about these programs, and these are adult education programs. Tell me more.
Absolutely. So in February, just as a teaser for something coming up, our trolls are officially going to hit the ground and be here with us at the Botanic Garden this Saturday, February 1st. In the month of February, we'll also have 2 art classes and 2 horticulture classes. So kind of whatever you're interested in, we have something for that. February 6th, we have an indoors plants class with one of our horticulturists on staff. February 16th, you'll learn how to make tiny metal clay birdhouses, which are really precious to make into jewelry for necklaces or bracelets. February 27th and 28th, we'll be making tie-dyed scarves or spirit scarves, where you'll take things from nature and actually make them into patterns on a scarf. And then lastly, on February 28th, the one we're really excited about is our Rosa Sunfinger, one of the names of our trolls, inspired upcycled planter party. So that is going to be a fun 21 plus event on February 28th, where you can come out, have some fun, bring some friends, and go home with a planter and a new plant to take care of.
That is awesome. I love it. I love it, Carly. Tell us about the costs associated with it for members and non-members.
Yeah, absolutely. So the costs vary between classes. For example, our horticulture classes, we always try to make reasonable, about 20 for members, 25 for non-members, and then it scales up from there, just kind of depending on what class you're doing. But all of our prices can be found on membg.org/trolls. So if you also just go on our website, you'll be able to click, there's going to be troll stuff all over the website to click around, explore.
And I want to point out for our audience that Carly does this without notes. I'm amazed, okay? You were just off the top of your head, boom, everything, all the programs, all the education classes, everything. Amazing stuff, Carly. Thank you. Nice job. Anything else you want to tell our audience?
Absolutely. So, like we said, February 1st, this Saturday, is the opening for trolls. That's when they'll be arriving. And if you want to come out and visit, you'll be able to walk the 96 acres and explore all of our trolls. Or if you know someone that needs to take a tram tour or something a little bit slower, we also have free tram tours with admission. So when you come out Wednesday through Saturday, you'll be able to ride a tram and have someone, a docent, talk to you about our trolls. So lots of ways to visit, lots of ways to interact. You guys come out and see us.
Awesome. I appreciate it. Carly Zamora, we appreciate you and everybody at Memphis Botanic Garden for lighting up our enjoyment each and every time we check it out. So thank you so much. Looking forward to the month of February. We appreciate it.
Of course, you guys.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, our next guest is a native Tennessean. She's a multiple Grammy Award winner, and she just finished co-hosting Jenna and Friends on NBC. She is also the latest judge on NBC's The Voice. I'm proud to welcome Kelsey Ballerini to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Kelsey, good morning to you. First off, tell me, how's the star of the show going? And when I talk about the star of the show, you're on tour right now. How is it?
Oh, it's a dream. I mean, I'm 4 shows in, and I don't remember how to sleep on a bus, and I'm still trying to figure out where the stairs on my stage are, so I'm tripping. But it's been this really beautiful experience of like a 13-year-old little me's dream realized, and I just feel really present in this tour, and it's my big girl show, so I'm excited to do 32 more of them.
That's fantastic. And I know on Friday you're going to be in Nashville, right down the road from us here in Memphis. We're super excited. I know there's going to be people traveling from here over to see the show. What do you tell fans of what they can expect when they come and see you?
I mean, I think the show really is, it's just what people expect from my music. I think it's just the glittery, flirty, fun youth of growing up. It's the turmoil of trying to figure out what that looks like sometimes. It's falling in love, it's heartbreak, and it's kind of just this celebratory, connective tone through the whole thing. And then lots of glitter, obviously.
Of course, of course. All right, so let's get into NBC's The Voice, Kelsey. Tell me the background with The Voice and you. Did you watch it as a fan for the last few years? And how did that whole thing work out? Were you approached? Did you approach them? Take me through it.
Absolutely. So Kelly Clarkson called me a couple years ago and asked me to fill in for her battle rounds because she wasn't feeling well. And so I was in Nashville, got on a plane that night, sat in her chair the next day and did the battle rounds. And I just fell in love with the experience. I really was able to understand from her perspective, like how hands-on you can be and how inspiring it is just to be around that much talent. And I texted my little group chat with my girlfriends and I was like, guys, I really want this job one day. And so when Blake retired, the producers came to Nashville and interviewed a bunch of country singers. I don't know who else they interviewed, but I was one of them. And I just leaned across the table at the end of dinner and I was like, y'all, I'm sure you're talking to legends, superstars. I know I'm newer, but I want this job. And I promise y'all I can do it. I can really do it. And so fast forward a couple years, here we are.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on that. Season 27, you're going to be on The Voice, one of the judges. What kind of judge do you want to be, Kelsey?
Honest and inspired. I feel like that's kind of where I found the thing that felt most honest for me, you know, because we're in the blinds and I'm up there with the other coaches who I grew up listening to. And so I'm trying not to get intimidated or fangirl and hold my own. And so it took me a minute to find like my sense of home in that chair. But I think, yeah, I was just trying to be as honest as I could and as positive as I could and really present in the moment to give the best advice that I could from the knowledge that I have.
Fantastic. Awesome. Well, we're really looking forward to seeing you on The Voice. Of course, congratulations on all your success as a country music superstar. You got your tour underway. I'm in Memphis, and we broadcast to Memphis, North Mississippi, Eastern Arkansas. Have you been to Memphis before? If you have, tell me where.
Of course. You know what? My favorite Memphis experience is going to visit St. Jude. I haven't been in a couple years. I need to get back, but I went into that experience ready to feel like heavy because it's obviously it's a hospital where kids are sick, and I remember going through that hospital and learning so much about the research and the way that they share and how hopeful it is, and seeing the way that they decorate the rooms and they add so much life into it. And I left with my heart feeling so full and hopeful. And so yeah, it's an experience. I met a girl there named Allen that I ended up taking as my date to my first ever CMAs from that experience. So I need to get back soon.
St. Jude is an amazing place. I love it every time I go, and it's so great to hear you say that. Kelsey, anything else you'd like to say right now before we let you go? We have thousands of people that watch each and every morning on the digital desk.
Tune in to The Voice on February 3rd, correct? 3rd. And if you want to have like a fun, rowdy country girls night out, not just for the girls, come on out to the show and I'll see you there.
All right. Kelsey Ballerini, we really appreciate your time here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Congratulations on all your success, and we look forward to watching you on NBC's The Voice. Take care.
I'll see you there. Bye.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We continue to follow breaking news here on Action News 5 and across the country. This is about this American Airlines flight in an Army helicopter that collided midair last night outside of D.C. This happened a little bit before 10 o'clock Memphis time. No survivors as far as officials are concerned. They have shifted from a rescue to a recovery operation. This collision happened in midair, and the wreckage went into the Potomac River. So right now they've been sifting through all night long, and it is something that we continue to follow here on Action News 5. They wrapped up a news conference about 40 minutes ago, and I was listening to it along with others. And right now it is, again, one of those things where they are pulling bodies out of the Potomac River. Just an awful and tragic situation. This flight was from Wichita, Kansas, going to Washington, D.C., landing at Reagan National Airport there, DCA, and there was a collision that happened right before landing there. So again, it is something that we are covering here on Action News 5. When there is another news conference, we will certainly bring you that information here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Another story that we were following on Action News 5 was about what happened in the Memphis community of Soulsville yesterday, this disturbance that happened that led to a shooting, and a deadly shooting at that. Action News 5's Tavarius Haywood brings us up to speed.
At least 2 people are dead and 3 others are recovering here this morning at Regional 1 after police say they responded to a disturbance call in the Soulsville community in South Memphis. Police say the shooting happened around 3:30 yesterday afternoon at a home on College Park Drive. Police say shots could be traced to a disturbance that happened inside the home. Now, we do know the 2 people killed were men. 2 other men and a woman are recovering here at Regional 1. Their identities have not been officially confirmed just yet. It's unclear if the shooter is one of the deceased or injured as police continue to investigate.
The preliminary information indicates that there was some type of disturbance inside of the residence that led to an exchange of gunfire. We ask anyone with any information, call Crime Stoppers at 901-528-CASH. Also, if you have cameras in the area, you can connect to our system at connect2memphis.org.
Well, that shooting happened right across the street from Lemoyne College. A spokesperson from the college tells us that there were no lockdowns and no alerts in place. Tavarius Haywood, Action News 5.
All right, back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. According to Fidelity Investments, usually people's financial goals tend to fall in 3 different categories: save more money, pay down debt, and spend less money. Let's talk about ways that we can reach these goals. I am joined here on the Action News 5 digital desk by Leanna Davini. She's Vice President, Branch Leader at Fidelity Investments. Leanna, good morning to you. So what do you tell the person that walks into your office that says, hey, I want to reach these financial goals? What's the number one thing they need to do first? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. So I think when it comes to any goal that we have, but by financial specifically, two quick and easy ways to help. So first, we want to identify what are the goals that we have. So we saw the top three, they're consistent year over year: save more money, pay down debt, spend less money. It doesn't mean we can't do a combination of all three, but we need to be specific and realistic in what we can achieve. The second thing to help is creating a plan to reach those goals. Any resolution without a plan in place, it's not going to get you to where you're going, and it can certainly lead to burnout. So a roadmap that gives clear direction to help combat will likely allow you to stay on track.
Do you often talk with some of your clients about short-term goals versus long-term goals, and how do we distinguish between the two? Where do we begin with that?
It's a great question. And this year, the study actually showed many Americans they're entering 2025 more sensibly. And we also saw that 80% are focused on building up their emergency savings. And that's more of a short-term goal. So that was unique this year. It doesn't mean we don't prioritize the long-term goals like retirement. But the good news is Americans are aware. 72% say they have a plan in place to reach their financial goals. And I think also we're just seeing those are wanting to prioritize building up that emergency fund and having the savings account.
Let's talk a little bit about rising inflation. It's so very high. It's affecting so many American families across the country. Mounting debt, that sort of thing. So how do we achieve greater financial wellness in this coming year?
Yeah, we're hearing these concerns so often. And, a big one to rising costs and inflation, it starts with understanding your spending. Many don't like the word budget, but going through the exercise can be really helpful to understand where is your pay going. So Fidelity suggests spending no more than 50% of your take-home pay on essential expenses. So think your food, your housing. And once you identify that, it can give room to save for other things or prioritize other things like debt and paying that down.
These are great ideas, great suggestions, Leanna. Where do people have the most mistakes? Where do they have these pitfalls that creep up?
Well, I think what can happen often is we can get overly ambitious and we want to prioritize all of our goals all at once. And if we don't have that specific plan in place and the clear roadmap to get you there, we likely won't achieve the goals that we have. So we have some great resources right on Fidelity to help navigate these topics, from saving to spending to achieving your money milestones. So I'd really recommend, if you're listening, to visit Fidelity and to help you navigate.
Anything else you want to mention about people achieving financial wellness in the upcoming year? Saving more money, paying down debt, maybe, I don't know, just spending less money overall?
So I'd say as a first start, January's Financial Wellness Month, I would go to fidelity.com/myfinancialwellness, because everyone's situation is unique. And this will give you a resource to help you prioritize and navigate where you want to start. It really brings everything together.
Leanna Davini, we really appreciate your time on the Action News 5 digital desk. Great advice, great suggestions, and great ideas. Thank you. Morning, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There is game-changing news for veterans as the VA Undersecretary joining me now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk to talk about some changes to the GI Bill's education benefit. Joshua Jacobs joining us now. So this is a very popular bill. I don't have to tell you that, Joshua. Tell us about the big change. Good morning.
Well, good morning, and thanks so much for having me on your program. Oh, I'm really excited to be here and to share some important information for veterans and their loved ones, which is, as a result of a recent Supreme Court decision, we're now able to offer approximately 1 million veterans and beneficiaries up to 12 additional months of education benefits.
Okay, so exactly, tell me how this breaks down. What was the education benefit before, and how has it changed with this new?
Yeah, so before the Supreme Court's decision, eligible veterans who served at least 2 periods of service were limited to a maximum amount of 36 months of GI Bill benefits. They had to choose between the Montgomery GI Bill and the post 9/11 GI Bill. And so what this means is we're able to increase the cap from 36 to 48 months potentially, and we're able to restore lost eligibility so that veterans have more time to use their benefits. And so it's a great opportunity for any veteran or beneficiary who may be eligible to continue their education and pursue their personal and professional goals.
And that's fantastic. I mean, I know a lot of people out there are going to be excited about this. What else can we talk about when it comes to these changes, Joshua?
Well, it's really important to know, I mentioned this is a very large figure. It's approximately 1 million veterans and beneficiaries who may be eligible for this enhanced education benefit. We are actively reviewing all of these records. We will contact every single individual. We believe that there are about 600,000 or so individuals who will not need to take any action. That means VA will review their records, will make a determination about additional eligibility and to the extent that it's available, how much. And then we will make sure to work with that individual, whether it's a veteran or a loved one, to enable them to pursue their education goals. There's another cohort, about 400,000, that will have to apply to access these earned benefits. They will need to apply by October 1st, 2030, and we are going to contact each and every one of these approximately 1 million vets and beneficiaries to ensure that they know they may be eligible and they know what to do.
Okay, and so we're talking about reaching out to some of the veterans you just mentioned. What kind of time frame are we talking about here? In the next 2 months, 90 days, 180 days?
Yeah, we're going to begin communicating immediately. We've started. Thanks to your help, I'm helping to get the word out here. We'll be sending emails to each of these individuals in the next weeks and months to come. Given the size of the total population, we anticipate we'll be able to review all 1 million records over the course of the next 24 months.
Thank you.
And we'll do so
That's
in
live.
priority order based on the amount of education benefits available and whether someone's still in school or not. And if anyone has questions, we'll have opportunities to work through the individual circumstances. And so they can contact us at 1-800-MY-VA-411. They can go to our website, or they can work with an accredited representative like a veteran service organization to figure out what's right for them.
Okay, and give us the website address right now and anything else you want to mention.
Yeah, so the website address is benefits.va.gov/GI Bill /Rudisil. That's RUDISILL.ASP. They can also call us at 1-800-MY-VA-411. And I want any veteran or loved one listening to know that we have this incredible opportunity to pursue additional education benefits. VA will be contacting you to let you know if you're eligible. If you think you might be eligible, where you had 2 periods of service, you had to forfeit some of your Montgomery GI Bill benefits to access your earned post 9/11 GI Bill benefits, feel free to reach out to us and we'll work with you to make sure that we can connect you with your earned education benefits.
Okay, Joshua Jacobs joining us talking about the new benefit and to the GI Bill and the changes to the education benefit. Joshua, we really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks for informing us all. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me and helping me get the word out for all those veterans who are your listeners.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, I want to show you a live picture. This is the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., where we have heard from officials less than an hour ago that there are no survivors from this American Airlines flight and this Army helicopter that collided in midair last night in D.C. It is now officially a recovery operation. First responders have been on the scene there in the Potomac River all night long. They have pulled so far, from what we understand, at least 30 bodies from there. We know that on this American Airlines flight, which departed from Wichita, Kansas, last night, there were 60 passengers, 4 crew members, and then on the helicopter, we understand there were 3 soldiers, for a total of 67 people killed in this horrific collision in midair last night. And as you can see there, they are still on the Mississippi, or on the Potomac River, going through, sifting through the wreckage. This is the video that we are seeing from EarthCam that appears to show that collision that happened last night. You can see there are hundreds of first responders there on the Potomac River as we were getting updates throughout the night. Trying to get the latest information on exactly what happened. And then there you see some of the wreckage there from the flight. Again, American Airlines flight that departed from Wichita, Kansas, headed to Reagan National, colliding midair with an Army helicopter. And again, officials say there are no survivors at this time. We're going to be following all this information, including updates and impromptu press conferences on Action News 5's digital desk all morning long. When you come back here on Action News 5's digital desk in 60 seconds, we're going to have an update on your forecast. It is a wet and soggy commute on this Thursday. We'll tell you when the rain ends and when the sunshine begins right after this.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, an impact to you. Rain coming down heavily at times across the Mid-South as we go through the course of the day ahead. Primary issue will be north and west of the city of Memphis. Farther south, I think it's going to be more hit and miss in variety as far as the coverage is concerned. But needless to say, rain coming down, and it could come down heavily as we go through the course of the day. So let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And again, you'll notice a couple of bands of rain lifting across the area. One band's already to the north, another one developing down to the south, also lifting northward. And notice that there's not much changing from the positioning of the heaviest band off to the north of the city of Memphis. So along and north of I-40, where the heaviest band will likely lie. Temperatures there in the 50s, stuck there throughout the day. Farther south, where it's more hit and miss variety showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, temperatures in the middle and upper 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast when it comes down to the rain coverage or the temperature regime as we go through the course of your Thursday. All the while getting ready for a cold front to come sweeping through the area. That could bring us a couple of lines of showers and storms as we head through the evening hours. I think between 6 and 8 p.m. along and west of the Mississippi River. From the Mississippi River to about Somerville, Holly Springs, and Oxford between 8 to 10 p.m. and then 10 to midnight as you head from there on eastward towards the Tennessee River and Pickwick. Should clear out as we head through the overnight period as we get started on Friday. Temperatures starting off in the 50s. Rebound with a mixture of clouds and sunshine into the low mid 60s, and more clouds could sneak back in here as we head through the overnight period of Friday into early Saturday as we get ready for that upper disturbance to pivot over the mid-south. Here's a look at how much rainfall we could see. Again, you see some spots 1 to 3 inches of rainfall potentially in a few spots, a little heavier just outside the Action News 5 coverage area as you're heading up into places like Randolph County, Greene County, Craighead County, and northeastern Arkansas, stretching back towards central Arkansas as well. Want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Interactive radar going to be your friend here today to get through the heavy rain bouts here. As we head towards the weekend, I think we're going to have some clouds to contend with early on Saturday as temperatures start off in the 40s. We'll work our way to the middle and upper 50s that day. Then if we go into Sunday, and it is a very warm day, lots of sunshine, a pretty aggressive south breeze coming through here around 10 miles per hour. Temperatures working their way up into the upper 60s, maybe approaching 70 in 1 or 2 spots through the afternoon hours. Same idea going into your Monday. Warm breezes coming in off the Gulf, pushing temperatures up well into the 60s. We go into the early portions of next week, and that's when things get a little bit more muddled as a frontal boundary approaches the area Monday into Tuesday. That front may stall out and bisect the area for a couple of days, at least through Tuesday and Wednesday, to keep our temperatures kind of a split. Some spots could very well make a run into the 60s to near 70 degrees, while other spots may be stuck in the 50s to near 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast amid clouds and opportunities for rain to come into the fold as we head through the end of the week. Upcoming weekend, same idea. You'll notice the rain chances in play there amid the clouds and some slightly cooler air, but still above average for the early portion of February.
Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, you know, we were talking about this topic earlier this morning on Action News 5. Do you take a multivitamin? Because there are so many options out there. Many of you perhaps do take a multivitamin. Some of you might be unsure of exactly which one would be best for you because of all the options out there. Let's talk more about this topic right now. I am joined on the Action News 5 digital desk by Marquita Lester. She is a nurse practitioner at Regional 1, joining me on the digital desk now. So, Marquita, good morning to you. Where do we begin when we should pick the best multivitamin for ourselves? Good morning.
Um, of course, multivitamins are to fill in nutritional gaps that may not be obtained for food. In order to pick the best vitamin, it all depends on your health status and your nutritional status. For example, if you're breastfeeding or pregnant, you would need to pick a multivitamin. If you've had a gastric bypass, you will need a vitamin supplement lifelong because you have malabsorption.
Is there a
And if
way
you're
to maybe get kind of an idea, like, let's say you're a male, 30 to 45, or you're a female, 18 to 24. What are the differences in multivitamins that, that demographic should be taking?
All right. Well, some multivitamins are geared towards age group. So you will pick the multivitamin that is appropriate for your age group. For instance, if you're 50 plus, Those vitamins are often higher in vitamin D, B12, and calcium with adjusted iron levels because the older you get, your body decreases the need for iron. So you would just pick a multivitamin based on your age group. But it's best to just get your nutrients from your food because it's better absorbed and utilized when they come from food sources.
But you know, our food system has so many deficiencies, and I know that people want to balance the kind of vitamins and minerals that we get with supplements. And you know, I know that the shelves go on and on and on when it comes to multivitamins. And I guess people should look at, you know, first off, you know, gender, secondly, age. Are those two good factors to start with? And then if so, then where do we go?
All right, and if you're looking for a multivitamin, I wouldn't recommend it unless you're over the age of 50 or you have comorbidities. Um, it's best to talk to your primary care provider to get laboratory testing to confirm any deficiencies that you think you may have based on the symptoms that you're having.
What are some of the most common deficiencies that you see out there?
Hmm. Well, some of the most common deficiencies or underconsumed vitamins are vitamin D, B12, iron, calcium, and potassium.
Okay, and where do people get in trouble? I know that there are times where someone was like, okay, you know, I need to take this vitamin, and they overdo it because that often happens.
Yes, that happens a lot. That's known. The medical term is hypervitaminosis. That comes into play when a person takes a multivitamin along with other single vitamins. For instance, they may take a multivitamin, women's multivitamin, and take vitamin E, and then take vitamin D and other single vitamins. Then it becomes um, hypervitaminosis at that point because you can take too much vitamin E and it can actually interfere with your blood clotting and it could increase your risk of stroke. So it's not a good idea to take multivitamins alongside single vitamins.
So the underlying theme here, Merkita, if we were to, you know, let our audience know, we have thousands of people that watch each and every morning here. What would be your underlying theme in, you know, a couple of sentences about multivitamins, which ones to take, when you should take it, that sort of thing?
Okay. Well, just keep in mind that multivitamins are supplements, not substitutes for a healthy diet. And I just want uh, patients to know that think food first. Nutrients are better absorbed and utilized when they come from food sources. And avoid taking multivitamins alongside single vitamins. And always consult with your healthcare provider before starting any new supplements that you see online that may or may not be approved for use through the FDA.
Merkita Lester, Regional 1 nurse practitioner, we appreciate you coming on the digital desk and helping us out and kind of decipher which ones are best for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, another live look from our High Five camera. Downtown Memphis, it is raining right now. Pretty nasty outside as we go to break. You can see it, 52 degrees at 8:03. We're going to be continuing to talk about this breaking news that we continue to follow here of this plane crash in D.C. We'll have more and the latest in 60 seconds. Back here live in the Action News 5 digital desk. These are live pictures from the Potomac River where this breaking news continues to unfold at this hour. Officials saying about an hour ago, no survivors from this collision that happened in midair between an American Airlines flight and an Army helicopter around 9:45, 9:50 in the evening, Memphis time. Last night there in Washington, D.C. That is the Potomac River. Those are some first responders that are still there near the wreckage site. This was just an awful, horrific, tragic scene. The first airline crash since 2009, and this is what appears to be on EarthCam, the collision that happened last night. And what we understand is that there were a number of different individuals there on the American Airlines flight that departed from Wichita, Kansas. 60 passengers, 4 crew members, and then on the helicopter, 3 soldiers. So a total of 67 people, and it appears no survivors, 67 people killed in this midair collision. Again, this is some of the wreckage there that you are seeing from the Potomac River as officials held a news conference about an hour ago talking about it is now a recovery operation. We got word earlier this morning here on Action News 5 that the U.S. figure skating entity can confirm that several members of the skating community were on board Flight 5342. These were athletes, coaches, and family members returning home from the National Development Camp that was held with the U.S. Figure Skating Championships in Wichita, Kansas. Devastating, unspeakable tragedy here that happened last night in Washington, D.C., Potomac River. This is the area, and this is the kind of aircraft, the American Airlines flight number 5342. It was a CRJ aircraft, and if you're familiar with that, that kind of aircraft leaves out of Memphis International Airport, goes to DCA, Reagan National, every day it seems like. There are flights that have been canceled this morning. Reagan National is closed until 10 o'clock Memphis time, 11 o'clock Eastern time. And so a couple of those morning flights have been canceled from Memphis to DCA. This is the first plane crash to happen in the United States, as I mentioned earlier, since 2009. So it is a rare thing. Again, this is a live picture of the scene here on Action News 5's digital desk. This is what you can see of first responders who have been out on the Potomac River all morning long, all through the overnight hours, sifting through the wreckage, pulling bodies out as far as we could tell. And any news conferences, any updates, you can count on them here on Action News 5's digital desk. Right now, let's get another update on our traffic, or rather our forecast with meteorologist Patrick Ellis.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, an impact to you. Rain coming down heavily at times across the Mid-South as we go through the course of the day ahead. Primary issue will be north and west of the city of Memphis. Farther south, I think it's going to be more hit and miss in variety as far as the coverage is concerned. But needless to say, rain coming down, and it could come down heavily as we go through the course of the day. So let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And again, you'll notice a couple of bands of rain lifting across the area. One band's already to the north, another one developing down to the south, also lifting northward. And notice that there's not much changing from the positioning of the heaviest band off to the north of the city of Memphis. So along and north of I-40 where the heaviest band will likely lie. Temperatures there in the 50s, stuck there throughout the day. Farther south where it's more hit and miss variety showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, temperatures in the middle and upper 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast when it comes down to the rain coverage or the temperature regime as we go through the course of your Thursday. All the while getting ready for a cold front to come sweeping through the area. That could bring us a couple of lines of showers and storms as we head through the evening hours. I think between 6 and 8 p.m. along and west of the Mississippi River. From the Mississippi River to about Somerville, Holly Springs, and Oxford between 8 to 10 p.m. and then 10 to midnight as you head from there on eastward towards the Tennessee River and Pickwick. Should clear out as we head through the overnight period as we get started on Friday. Temperatures starting off in the 50s. rebound with a mixture of clouds and sunshine into the low mid 60s, and more clouds could sneak back in here as we head through the overnight period of Friday into early Saturday as we get ready for that upper disturbance to pivot over the mid-south. Here's a look at how much rainfall we could see. Again, you see some spots 1 to 3 inches of rainfall potentially in a few spots, a little heavier just outside the Action News 5 coverage area as you're heading up into places like Randolph County, Greene County, Craighead County, and northeastern Arkansas, stretching back towards central Arkansas as well. Want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Interactive radar going to be your friend here today. Get through the heavy rain bouts here. As we head towards the weekend, I think we're going to have some clouds to contend with early on Saturday as temperatures start off in the 40s. We'll work our way to the middle and upper 50s that day. Then if we go into Sunday, and it is a very warm day, lots of sunshine, a pretty aggressive south breeze coming through here around 10 miles per hour. Temperatures working their way up into the upper 60s, maybe approaching 70 in 1 or 2 spots through the afternoon hours. Same idea going into your Monday. Warm breezes coming in off the Gulf, pushing temperatures up well into the 60s. We go into the early portions of next week, and that's when things get a little bit more muddled as a frontal boundary approaches the area Monday into Tuesday. That front may stall out and bisect the area for a couple of days, at least through Tuesday and Wednesday, to keep our temperatures kind of a split. Some spots could very well make a run into the 60s to near 70 degrees, while other spots may be stuck in the 50s to near 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast amid clouds and opportunities for rain to come into the fold as we head through the end of the week. Upcoming weekend, same idea. You'll notice the rain chances in play there amid the clouds and some slightly cooler air, but still above average for the early portion of February.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Let's talk a little bit about pancreatic cancer. It may be rare, but it is certainly one of the deadliest forms of cancer. It's the 3rd leading cause of cancer deaths in the U.S. right now. Let's bring in someone to talk a little bit more about symptoms, treatment, that sort of thing. I'm joined now by Dr. Evan Glazier. He's a surgical oncologist at Regional One Health. Dr. Glazier, I appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk. Let's talk about, first off, what pancreatic cancer is and some of the causes. Good morning.
Morning. It's great to be here, and I thank you very much for inviting me and letting me share some information with you and your viewers. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Dr. Evan Glazer. I'm a surgical oncologist with the University of Tennessee and Regional One Health, and I primarily focus on taking care of patients with pancreas cancer and other cancers of the abdomen. Pancreas cancer, as you mentioned, is historically a very rare cancer, but unfortunately it is rising in incidence. That means more people are getting it now than they did 10 years ago. We don't exactly know why, but we certainly know that there are some inherited reasons people get it. So they get some genes, DNA inherited from their parents and put them at a little higher risk. But also most patients get it spontaneously, meaning they just get it out of the blue. The symptoms, like you mentioned, are not terribly specific. So, for example, some patients will have diabetes, and suddenly their diabetes will become very hard to control, and that can be a sign of pancreas cancer. Odds are they don't, but it does happen sometimes like that. Other times, patients will become jaundice. That's where their skin or the whites of their eyes turns yellow, and that's also a sign of a mass in their pancreas, which often ends up being pancreas. Other signs and symptoms of it can be very nondescript or very not specific. And so some patients will lose weight unexpectedly, or patients will just all around feel bad. And so what I say to many patients who have cancer, and many patients who do not have cancer, is that if you don't feel well or you don't feel right, usually something is going on. It's probably not pancreas cancer, but still worth a trip to your primary care provider in order to see him or her and find out what's going on.
I appreciate that, Evan. You know, and I've done a number of different stories regarding pancreatic cancer, including the Costin Foundation in Memphis. I'm sure you're well aware. They do a lot of research when it comes to pancreatic cancer, and I've talked to a number of those folks there with the symptoms. And my understanding is the symptoms are so common. Like, it's almost like symptoms that you would get for the common cold. You know, it's so common, those symptoms, that you don't think it's pancreatic cancer. Are there people that are more at risk of developing cancer? I know you said it's hereditary and genes for some people. Some people it just happens randomly. Are there certain people more at risk than others?
There are. And so about 10 to 50% of patients with pancreas cancer will have something in their DNA that causes it. And so that means another 85%, most people do not. But they may have such things as ongoing pancreatitis. They may have diabetes that becomes very difficult to control. Other signs or symptoms can include, like you said, nondescript or generalized, just not feeling well. But for most people, that should go away in a few days. And after a week or two or three or four of something not being right, that's when time is right to go and figure out what's going on and get some testing and maybe some blood work and see if you can figure out what's going on with your primary care provider and healthcare team. The other common reasons people can get it really is about inflammation. And so we always recommend people not to smoke. Tobacco causes increased inflammation and puts individuals at higher risk of all sorts of cancers, but smoking is a risk factor for pancreas cancer specifically. Other factors are pancreatitis and other inflammatory diseases. And so these can be as simple as try to eat a little healthier to decrease your inflammation. And that helps patients and people overall, maybe those with pancreas cancer, but also whole sorts of other diseases that we as people deal with that relate to inflammation. And so I highly recommend essentially a healthy diet, a low-fat diet. Try to avoid processed foods. A little chocolate, a little candy here and there is not going to be the end of the world, but certainly trying to eat healthier and exercise is really important. And then, of course, doing things that minimize the risk of inflammation, minimize alcohol use, try not to smoke at all, try not to smoke anything, let alone tobacco or other items like that. It is about to be the holiday season, and so a lot of people will have a drink or two during holiday parties and so forth. Certainly, that's not going to cause pancreas cancer. It doesn't mean that we as people should just ignore health and not try to exercise and otherwise eat well during the season.
Yeah, no question about it. At what point, and I think you mentioned it just a minute ago, at what point should someone see a doctor? If they're feeling bad for usually 3 or 4 days, a lot of times these common symptoms will, they'll feel better, but if they don't feel better, that's when you should see a doctor. Can you just re-emphasize that point?
Yeah, I think the way I look at it is, if you're speaking with a good friend of yours, a family friend, not necessarily a family member, but a buddy or otherwise a good friend, and they're telling you how they're feeling, and you were listening to their story, oh, I've been feeling poorly for a few days, and then a few weeks. If you'd say to that person, maybe you should go get checked out, say it to yourself, go get checked out. There's lots of resources in our community for primary care providers, lots of hospital systems, lots of primary care offices. And taking that first step to really be evaluated by a physician or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, that something's not quite right. That's really, I think, an important concept. We're all very busy, especially this time of year. Those of us with kids certainly have lots going on, but it's important that we take care of ourselves and take care of each other. And often that means just taking the first step of saying, I expect something to be better now. I'm not getting better. Maybe I should be checked out.
Got it. Okay. And my understanding is it's one of the deadliest forms of cancer because by the time people get diagnosed, it's spread. It's very late in the whole process. It's almost too late, and the cancer has spread beyond pancreatic cancer, beyond the pancreas, I should say. Is that accurate in your opinion?
That is very accurate. I think there's really 2 points that you're bringing up there. And the first point is about screening. And screening is when we look for patients with, not patients, people that don't have the disease as far as we know, but are at risk for developing the disease. For example, we recommend colonoscopy for colon cancer screening. And colonoscopy, when it's done for screening, is a test to look for colon cancers. We don't have that for pancreas cancer. We have mammography for breast cancer. We have self-breast exams for breast cancer, but we don't have that for pancreas cancer. We don't have great screening tools outside of an MRI, which we do sometimes, as well as a special type of endoscopy, which we also do sometimes. The other part of that is where the pancreas is located. This is a really relatively small organ that lives behind the stomach, and so it's deep in our abdomens. And as you alluded to, there aren't a lot of symptoms that are specific to the pancreas. Sometimes people will have trouble eating or digesting certain foods, and that can be something to look out for. But again, especially this time of year, there's lots of us are eating a little more than we should be, perhaps, or a little more unhealthy than we should be. And a little upset stomach doesn't mean pancreas cancer. But as you kind of alluded to before, it's very nondescript, and it often presents later in stages, so more advanced stages, because the organ lives so far in our bellies that we don't notice a problem until it's very advanced.
This has been an interesting discussion, Evan. I appreciate you taking time on the digital desk. Final thoughts, main takeaways that you want our viewers, and we have thousands that watch each and every morning here on the digital desk. What's the main takeaway you want for them to take away from this interview?
I think for all cancer, we're getting better and better as healthcare providers at treating this. Survival is increasing. That's true for pancreas cancer as well. And I think the most important takeaway message is that we need to take care of ourselves and take care of each other. It's really important if something's not right to go seek care and be worked up, as the expression is in healthcare, to figure out what's going on. And if it is something like cancer or pancreas cancer, then to be very aggressive about identifying it, figuring out what the stage is, and the best ways to personalize that treatment to take care of yourself and take care of your family.
Dr. Evan Glazer, Regional 1 Health Surgical Oncologist, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks so very much for the valuable information you passed along to us. Thank you.
My pleasure. Take care and a very happy holiday season. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Social media has so many benefits for all of us, and for teenagers, helping them learn new skills, create friendships and support systems, that can be great, but it can also be, as we all know, very challenging to navigate, to keep kids safe online, especially teenagers. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Dr. Whitney Caceres. She is a pediatrician, and she regularly talks to teens and parents about these issues. Dr. Caceres, thanks for joining us. Let's talk a little bit about maybe the top 3 concerns of parents when it comes to kids and teens using social media. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, parents are concerned about who their teens are talking with, what type of content they're seeing, and if their time is well spent. And Instagram's teen accounts address all 3 of these top concerns for parents, which is really important to me as a clinician who hears these concerns day in and day out.
I bet you do. And so that is certainly an issue. Now, I know that Instagram and a lot of these social media platforms, every so often, maybe 6 months to 12 months, they do kind of a refresh, and they have kind of a way to protect kids and teens with their refresh. So what is Instagram teen accounts? What are they doing to protect teenagers out there?
Yep. So I see this as much more than a refresh, actually, from Instagram. Instagram's teen accounts are a new experience for teens entirely that is guided by parents, and it's designed with built in protections really to limit who they're able to interact with, the type of content they can see, but also to provide new opportunities to explore their interests. Instagram has already placed tens of millions of teens into teen accounts automatically. And for teens under 16 years old, they need their parents' permission to make any of the settings in teen accounts less restrictive. I see this as a valuable tool for parents in my clinical setting because it will make those conversations a lot more thorough and will help parents to reinforce the restrictions that they have already at home or are attempting to have in their family.
So give us some examples of the kind of supervision that you recommend when it comes to parents and teenagers and social media.
Absolutely. Well, one of my favorite built-in protections in Instagram's teen accounts is actually the private account setting. So this means that teens have to accept any new followers and that only their followers are able to interact with them or to see their content. There's also a sensitive content control. So teens are placed in the strictest settings for Instagram's sensitive content control, meaning that they can't see age inappropriate content in places like Reels or Explore pages. And then nighttime sleep is enabled. So between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., notifications are silenced. Direct messages have an auto reply. This is going to really improve digital well-being and again, make those conversations and those regulations that parents want to have in their home a lot easier to enforce.
Okay, and what else can we talk about right now, Whitney? I mean, there's so many, it's such a vast space out there, the online social media networks and teenagers going out there almost like a blue ocean. What else comes up often when you talk with parents?
A lot of parents talk about how they want to have individual control of their supervision of their teens. And so with Instagram teen accounts, there are built-in protections, but some parents want to be even more involved with their experience online with social media. And so Instagram has actually updated their parental control feature. Parents are going to be able to do things that they ask me about and want all the time, like having insights into who their teens are chatting with. While parents can't see individual messages, they can see who their teens have contacted and been contacted by in the past 7 days. They can set total daily limits, which is something that's very important to the parents that I see. They can make it so that sleep time is completely disabled on the app for their teens. And I think exciting as well in terms of creating bonds with their teens, they can have insights into the age-appropriate topics that their teens are looking at. And so this gives parents more control and makes it much more individualized.
It sounds great. These all sound very good. Is there a place online where parents can look and kind of see the different changes and the different supervising tools for their teens?
Absolutely. To learn more, parents can go to instagram.com/teen accounts.
Okay, anything else when it comes to, I know we talked a lot about Instagram. Is there anywhere else that you send parents when it comes to social media and teens?
Well, I think that globally, parents really want a place where their teens are going to be safe on the internet. No one wants an internet that's unsafe for teens. And parents also globally want it to be that on social media, that their teens are able to connect with their friends and that they're able to explore those different interests that they have. The American Academy of Pediatrics is a wonderful place to look up digital well-being, but also Instagram has an entire resource center for parents to talk about developing this well-being. And they've partnered with a lot of different leading organizations on it. In my experience, having ongoing open conversations about social media safety is one of the key factors in terms of helping teens to be more reasonable with their social media use and also to make safer choices. So that's always my number one suggestion with parents is to keep those lines of communication open and to access resources that will help them to do it.
Great ideas, great tips, and great ways to protect teens online. Dr. Whitney Caceres. We really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thanks so very much for spelling it out in an easy and concise way for all those parents out there. We appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, an impact to you. Rain coming down heavily at times across the Mid-South as we go through the course of the day ahead. Primary issue will be north and west of the city of Memphis. Farther south, I think it's going to be more hit and miss in variety as far as the coverage is concerned. But needless to say, rain coming down, and it could come down heavily as we go through the course of the day. So let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And again, you'll notice a couple of bands of rain lifting across the area. One band's already to the north, another one developing down to the south, also lifting northward. And notice that there's not much changing from the positioning of the heaviest band off to the north of the city of Memphis. So along and north of I-40 where the heaviest band will likely lie. Temperatures there in the 50s, stuck there throughout the day. Farther south where it's more hit and miss variety showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder. Temperatures in the middle and upper 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast when it comes down to the rain coverage or the temperature regime as we go through the course of your Thursday. All the while getting ready for a cold front to come sweeping through the area. That could bring us a couple of lines of showers and storms as we head through the evening hours. I think between 6 and 8 p.m. along and west of the Mississippi River. From the Mississippi River to about Somerville, Holly Springs, and Oxford between 8 to 10 p.m. and then 10 to midnight as you head from there on eastward towards the Tennessee River and Pickwick. Should clear out as we head through the overnight period as we get started on Friday. Temperatures starting off in the 50s. Rebound with a mixture of clouds and sunshine into the low mid 60s, and more clouds could sneak back in here as we head through the overnight period of Friday into early Saturday as we get ready for that upper disturbance to pivot over the mid-south. Here's a look at how much rainfall we could see. Again, you see some spots 1 to 3 inches of rainfall potentially in a few spots, a little heavier just outside the Action News 5 coverage area as you're heading up into places like Randolph County, Greene County, Craighead County, and northeastern Arkansas, stretching back towards central Arkansas as well. Once you say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Interactive radar going to be your friend here today. Get through the heavy rain bouts here. As we head towards the weekend, I think we're going to have some clouds to contend with early on Saturday as temperatures start off in the 40s. We'll work our way to the middle and upper 50s that day. Then if we go into Sunday, and it is a very warm day, lots of sunshine, a pretty aggressive south breeze coming through here around 10 miles per hour. Temperatures working their way up into the upper 60s, maybe approaching 70 in 1 or 2 spots through the afternoon hours. Same idea going into your Monday. Warm breezes coming in off the Gulf, pushing temperatures up well into the 60s. We go into the early portions of next week, and that's when things get a little bit more muddled as a frontal boundary approaches the area Monday into Tuesday. That front may stall out and bisect the area for a couple of days, at least through Tuesday and Wednesday, to keep our temperatures kind of a split. Some spots could very well make a run into the 60s to near 70 degrees, while other spots may be stuck in the 50s to near 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast amid clouds and opportunities for rain to come into the fold as we head through the end of the week. Upcoming weekend, same idea. You'll notice the rain chances in play there amid the clouds and some slightly cooler air, but still above average for the early portion of February.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. There is a Memphian that is doing amazing things on an international stage. Now, that doesn't surprise us. What's amazing about it is he is able to bring drinking water that's filtered, that's clean and refreshing to parts of the world that would not normally have fresh, clean drinking water. Let's bring in our next guest here. I am joined right now on the digital desk with Elliot Stovall. He's CEO and founder of the Filter Project, joining us on the digital desk. Elliot, good morning to you. I want to ask you first, tell us what the Filter Project is.
Yeah, hey, good morning, Andrew. Thank you for having me. So the Filter Project, we are a nonprofit ministry, as you alluded to, using a Sawyer water filter to clean water. Our filter that we use lasts for over 1 million gallons of water, or over 20 years for a family. And we use that to spread the gospel. Right now we're in Kenya, and we do that. We distribute it, and we use GIS, GPS location software to track our project, which can be viewed on our website. And so that's what the Filter Project does. And we're just trying to, again, bring clean water, and then we share the gospel using that.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic, Elliot. So tell me a little bit more, first off, about yourself. Are you a native Memphian? Where did you grow up? Where did you go to school? That sort of thing.
Yeah, so born and raised here. Went to high school and middle school at Briarcrest, graduated there, then went to University of Memphis and graduated from there in 2012. And have just been living here. I have a beautiful wife, Katie, and 2 children, Laurel and Grant, who are 8 and 6. And so I would say I am Memphis through and through. And I'm a member at Germantown Baptist Church on Poplar in Germantown.
Excellent, excellent, Elliot. All right, so where did this idea come about, the Filter Project, and how are you said earlier you're focused on Kenya. Are you expanding this to other parts of the world? Tell me a little bit about the project and just what the goal is in the future.
Yeah, so we had a pastor, Cristiano, visit our church in our Sunday school class, and I had the opportunity to go out to lunch with him. And as I asked him about his ministry and learned more about Kenya and his life, I just asked him simply, what does a Tuesday look like in your book? And again, Andrew, I had no idea about the water crisis and what was really going on, because we have the opportunity here in America, and even more specifically here in Memphis, to have great clean drinking water. We actually wash our car with cleaner water than most people, over a third of the world, have to drink. And so as I talked to Cristiano and learned more about his situation and how he has to gather water every morning, I just simply asked, how do you clean the water? Because I mean, we're not going to be drinking dirty water. It's 2024. And he humbly replied and said, well, sometimes, Elliot, we don't have the opportunity to boil the water because it's very expensive and takes a lot of energy. And I was just really affected by this, that you have this guy, and again, many other people in the world who don't have access to clean water. And I had prior knowledge of a filter. I have one actually right here attached to a water bottle. It's called a Sawyer water filter, and it cleans water, again, for over 1 million gallons of water, and makes it able to drink and takes all the contaminants out of it. And so I provided one to him, and then following a couple weeks later, I received a video from him and his family just thanking me for the filter and for the clean water. And I just felt like God was telling me to do more. And so that was really the beginning of the Filter Project, and kind of, again, my first knowledge of the water crisis that over 2 billion people in the world deal with. And so that is why we are in Kenya. We have partnerships there in Kenya. We work with local churches. We are currently distributing filters in Nairobi and some of the slums there. And then next year, we will be working out to more rural communities and bringing the Filter Project and clean water to them.
That is fantastic, Elliot. I love hearing about it. I love talking about it. This is really something very special. I'm not surprised that a Memphian is doing this. Go Tigers, go! By the way, I want to also ask you about the ministry aspect and spreading the gospel of Jesus Christ. And tell me exactly how that works. Do you go first off with those missionaries in those countries and then see if they have, clean drinking water, or is it some other way? Explain that whole process.
Yeah, so we have a several step process of how we distribute our filters. We're not just simply going and throwing filters out and hope they get to the right place. We go through an assessment process to begin the community that we would like to be serving. That assessment process is a door-to-door process. During that process, we assess a church that we will work through to make sure that doctrinally that we align, and that pastor helps us and leads us to people of his congregation who could use a job and could be a missionary for us and feel the call to share the gospel. And so these missionaries are indigenous to the communities that we're serving. We pay them a living salary to help them as they distribute these filters. After the assessment process is complete, we do a distribution in a group setting, anywhere from 100 to 1,000 filters at a time, just depending on the resources that we have been blessed with at that moment. And after this distribution, one of the awesome things, and probably one of the most important things that the Filter Project does, is these missionaries go and conduct 3 follow-up visits to the recipient family over roughly a 6 to 8 week period of time, where they, number one, check on the filter, make sure that the family is using it, make sure they know how to maintenance this filter. And to maintenance its filter, it's a quick and easy back flush of the filter. Again, our filter that we use is the Sawyer water filter, and it'll last for over 1 million gallons of water. And then at this follow-up visit, our missionaries teach discipleship lessons to these families, depending on the spiritual level of this person. Maybe they don't know who Jesus is. And so we share who Jesus is, what he did on the cross, his resurrection, and how we can accept him as a free gift, and he will save us and we'll be able to be a Christian, all the way up to maybe a Muslim, where we have conversation starters. And so our filter is not a quid pro quo. We don't make you accept Jesus to get a filter. We follow Jesus's example, where he worked with people and healed them of their physical elements, and that turned them to him. And so that's what we do. Again, all of our filters are tracked. They have a QR code that is scanned at time of distribution and a follow-up. And we use geographic information systems and GPS to track that. And you can, again, go on our website at thefilterproject.org, where we work, and check out our dashboard and see all the individual filters that we've got out currently.
Thefilterproject.org. Elliot Stovall, I really appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you so much. God bless you and your staff and your family for doing some amazing work internationally, and certainly making us all proud here in Memphis and the Mid-South. We appreciate it. I want to take you back out live here to Washington, D.C. This is the side of the Potomac River where rescue crews are still there. They've been there for hours since this plane crash and helicopter collision in midair happened last night at about 10:50 local time there, 9:50 Memphis time. Again, live pictures of the scene, the wreckage scene there. First responders have been on the scene all night long. There were hundreds that were there throughout the overnight hours, and they are still there at this time. What we know right now at 8:45 on a Thursday morning is that officials are telling us no survivors. It is now a recovery operation. This American Airlines flight that departed from Wichita, Kansas, that was set to arrive at Reagan National, DCA, collided with an Army helicopter right before it was expected to land. It collided in midair, the wreckage went into the Potomac River. Earth cam here, you can see off in the distance there that flash of light showing the collision. Crews were out there throughout the evening pulling bodies out of the Potomac River, searching for any kind of survivors. Again, no survivors here anticipated from officials there. You can also see some of the wreckage in this video that you can see here on Action News 5's digital desk. And once again, live pictures here. We understand from various reports that part of the U.S. figure skating team and commission, they had several people on board as well, or on board that flight of American Airlines. There were also a number of different other figure skating folks and team members from across the world, including Russia. They had Russian Federation had some figure skating members there. There was some sort of camp or some sort of event that happened in Wichita. They were flying back to D.C. and again, they were on this American Airlines flight. This was a CRJ aircraft. The CRJ aircraft is something that's very common. American Airlines has this kind of aircraft that flies from Memphis International to DCA all the time. In fact, DCA has been shut down. Reagan National has been shut down since last night when this happened, and they are expected to resume flights around 11 o'clock local time, around 10 o'clock Memphis time. That is the schedule. So as a result of that, the flights out of Memphis International to Washington, D.C., to Reagan National, there are 2 flights this morning. They have both been canceled. If you have a flight, you're going to want to check with your airlines on that. We are covering all angles with this horrible and awful tragedy that happened late last night. Again, American Airlines flight colliding with an Army helicopter in midair in D.C. No survivors. It is now a recovery operation. We're going to continue to follow it here on Action News 5's digital desk. And if there are any updates, if there's another news conference to bring you, we will take it live here on Action News 5. Back here in the Mid-South, we want to show you a live picture of our Midtown High Five camera where it is raining, and we are expecting a lot of rain here on this Thursday. Let's talk about the forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, an impact to you. Rain coming down heavily at times across the Mid-South as we go through the course of the day ahead. Primary issue will be north and west of the city of Memphis. Farther south, I think it's going to be more hit and miss in variety as far as the coverage is concerned. But needless to say, rain coming down, and it could come down heavily as we go through the course of the day. So let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And again, you'll notice a couple of bands of rain lifting across the area. One band's already to the north, another one developing down to the south, also lifting northward. And notice that there's not much changing from the positioning of the heaviest band off to the north of the city of Memphis. So along and north of I-40 where the heaviest band will likely lie. Temperatures there in the 50s, stuck there throughout the day. Farther south where it's more hit and miss variety showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, temperatures in the middle and upper 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast when it comes down to the rain coverage or the temperature regime as we go through the course of your Thursday. All the while getting ready for a cold front to come sweeping through the area. That could bring us a couple of lines of showers and storms as we head through the evening hours. I think between 6 and 8 p.m. along and west of the Mississippi River. From the Mississippi River to about Somerville, Holly Springs, and Oxford between 8 to 10 p.m. and then 10 to midnight as you head from there on eastward towards the Tennessee River and Pickwick. Should clear out as we head through the overnight period as we get started on Friday. Temperatures starting off in the 50s. Rebound with a mixture of clouds and sunshine into the low mid 60s, and more clouds could sneak back in here as we head through the overnight period of Friday into early Saturday as we get ready for that upper disturbance to pivot over the mid-south. Here's a look at how much rainfall we can see. Again, you see some spots 1 to 3 inches of rainfall potentially in a few spots, a little heavier just outside the Action News 5 coverage area as you're heading up into places like Randolph County, Greene County, Craighead County, and northeastern Arkansas, stretching back towards central Arkansas as well. Once you say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Interactive radar going to be your friend here today. Get through the heavy rain bouts here. As we head towards the weekend, I think we're going to have some clouds to contend with early on Saturday as temperatures start off in the 40s. We'll work our way to the middle and upper 50s that day. Then if we go into Sunday, and it is a very warm day, lots of sunshine, a pretty aggressive south breeze coming through here around 10 miles per hour. Temperatures working their way up into the upper 60s, maybe approaching 70 in 1 or 2 spots through the afternoon hours. Same idea going into your Monday. Warm breezes coming in off the Gulf, pushing temperatures up well into the 60s. We go into the early portions of next week, and that's when things get a little bit more muddled as a frontal boundary approaches the area Monday into Tuesday. That front may stall out and bisect the area for a couple of days, at least through Tuesday and Wednesday, to keep our temperatures kind of a split. Some spots could very well make a run into the 60s to near 70 degrees, while other spots may be stuck in the 50s to near 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast amid clouds and opportunities for rain to come into the fold as we head through the end of the week. Upcoming weekend, same idea. You'll notice the rain chances in play there amid the clouds and some slightly cooler air, but still above average for the early portion of February.
Okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, we are prepping for the big game. The big game is less than 2 weeks away, and certainly there's all kinds of different food that is served up each and every year. As much fun and as popular as the big game is, there's so many things surrounding the big game that people love and enjoy, the commercials and all the food, right? All the food. I am joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by James Beard award-winning chef Serene Mbe. He is from his kitchen there, famed Dakar restaurant in New Orleans, the site of the Super Bowl. And Serene, good morning to you. So when it comes to the Super Bowl, first off, tell us about all the excitement in the Big Easy this morning. Good morning.
Hey Andrew, how you doing? How you doing this morning?
I am doing really, really well. So tell me what
awesome.
New Orleans is like prepping for the big game.
I mean, the moment you arrive to the city in New Orleans, to the airport, you'll see banners all around town. The city is lit up. People are excited. The energy is great. The Big Easy is ready for the Super Bowl. We are so happy that it's happening this year, and not to mention it will be our 11th year hosting the Super Bowl, and we could not be more ready.
I bet. So I'm sure as a James Beard award-winning chef, you get all kinds of questions like, okay, where should I begin when it comes to serving up food for the big game? What do you tell people?
I tell people that, we encourage people to make your tailgate party like a New Orleans style. And what I mean by that, you have to have a big table with abundance of food and options for everybody. So, have some sort of soup. Today I did black eyed pea soup, but you could do red beans and rice. Some sort of rice will always be a good option. We have jollof rice over here. Some sort of wings for young and grown folks. Anyone can snack food around the table. Have some shrimp we have here as well. And lastly, you must have king cake. I mean, New Orleans is hosting the Super Bowl. To do it right, if king cake is not on the table, something is wrong.
Right, it is that time of year, isn't it? That's
Yes.
amazing. So give me the secret. What is the secret for throwing the best tailgate parties out there, especially for the big game, the Super Bowl?
Yes, I mean, the secret is that you have to cook dishes way advanced before the game begins. So night before, kind of make your soups, make your wings, pre-season them. All you have to do is put them in the oven. Bring your chips, right? Get your drinks, your cocktails, your champagne, and put a spread, because the more option you have, the better party you're going to throw. So that is the secret.
Excellent. So, Serene, let me ask you, what's your favorite dish to cook for any kind of tailgate, whether it's the Super Bowl or something else?
For me, it has to be comfort. When I think of comfort, I think of jollof rice for me. So, which is this rice here? Pretty much, it's like the cousin of jambalaya. Very similar to jambalaya. It's just much more simpler than jambalaya is, and has a little bit more spice, right? And you can actually find this recipe in NewOrleans.com. Along with many other chefs in the city of New Orleans that kind of share their recipes, along with information about the Super Bowl as well, activities leading to the Super Bowl.
One final thing, we have thousands of people that watch each and every morning here on the digital desk. If you had one underlying theme, Serene, to tell people if they're hosting a Super Bowl party, what would you do? What would you tell them in terms of the food?
I think, you first off, you have to start with celebrating. Super Bowl is a very exciting time for the city of New Orleans. It's an exciting time all around the world. So start over some good cocktails that you want to make, right? That's your favorite, that's personal to you. And then let the party begin, especially this year. King cake is something that if you haven't had planned to put king cake on your table, you must have king cake on your table because that's a huge part of this year celebrating the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
I love the idea of having a Super Bowl and New Orleans accents as a part of the tailgating because that food is so, so good. We really appreciate your time. Chef Serene Mbe joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Pleasure speaking with you this evening.
Yes, likewise. All right. Another live look from our high five camera here in Midtown Memphis, where it is coming down on a Thursday. We're going to talk more about your forecast and more news on Action News 5's digital desk.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, an impact to you. Rain coming down heavily at times across the Mid-South as we go through the course of the day ahead. Primary issue will be north and west of the city of Memphis. Farther south, I think it's going to be more hit and miss in variety as far as the coverage is concerned. But needless to say, rain coming down, and it could come down heavily as we go through the course of the day. So let's go hour by hour with our first look futurecast. And again, you'll notice a couple of bands of rain lifting across the area. One band's already to the north, another one developing down to the south, also lifting northward. And notice that there's not much changing from the positioning of the heaviest band off to the north of the city of Memphis. So along and north of I-40 where the heaviest band will likely lie. Temperatures there in the 50s, stuck there throughout the day. Farther south where it's more hit and miss variety showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder. Temperatures in the middle and upper 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast when it comes down to the rain coverage or the temperature regime as we go through the course of your Thursday. All the while getting ready for a cold front to come sweeping through the area. That could bring us a couple of lines of showers and storms as we head through the evening hours. I think between 6 and 8 p.m. along and west of the Mississippi River. From the Mississippi River to about Somerville, Holly Springs, and Oxford between 8 to 10 p.m. and then 10 to midnight as you head from there on eastward towards the Tennessee River and Pickwick. Should clear out as we head through the overnight period as we get started on Friday. Temperatures starting off in the 50s. Rebound with a mixture of clouds and sunshine into the low mid 60s, and more clouds could sneak back in here as we head through the overnight period of Friday into early Saturday as we get ready for that upper disturbance to pivot over the mid-south. Here's a look at how much rainfall we can see. Again, you see some spots 1 to 3 inches of rainfall potentially in a few spots, a little heavier just outside the Action News 5 coverage area as you're heading up into places like Randolph County, Greene County, Craighead County and northeastern Arkansas, stretching back towards central Arkansas as well. Want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Interactive radar going to be your friend here today to get through the heavy rain bouts here. As we head towards the weekend, I think we're going to have some clouds to contend with early on Saturday as temperatures start off in the 40s. We'll work our way to the middle and upper 50s that day. Then if we go into Sunday, and it is a very warm day, lots of sunshine, a pretty aggressive south breeze coming through here around 10 miles per hour. Temperatures working their way up into the upper 60s, maybe approaching 70 in one or two spots through the afternoon hours. Same idea going into your Monday. Warm breezes coming in off the Gulf, pushing temperatures up well into the 60s. We go into the early portions of next week, and that's when things get a little bit more muddled as a frontal boundary approaches the area Monday into Tuesday. That front may stall out and bisect the area for a couple of days, at least through Tuesday and Wednesday, to keep our temperatures kind of a split. Some spots could very well make a run into the 60s to near 70 degrees, while other spots may be stuck in the 50s to near 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast amid clouds and opportunities for rain to come into the fold as we head through the end of the week. Upcoming weekend, same idea. You'll notice the rain chances in play there amid the clouds and some slightly cooler air, but still above average for the early portion of February.
To the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. So let's talk about these intoxilizers. They are machines that are being distributed all across the state of Mississippi. In fact, the Mississippi Department of State Safety just released a news release to us talking about these intoxilizers, these 9,000 machines all across the state. I'm joined right now by the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety for the state of Mississippi, Sean Tiddell, on the Action News 5 digital desk. Sean, good morning to you. So tell me why these machines are being distributed all across the state of Mississippi. Was there a big need? Tell me more. Good morning.
Good morning. Absolutely, there was a big need. We've been operating in Mississippi with the Intoxilizer 8000s for the last 20 years. And the reality is a lot of those machines have become outdated. The software had gotten to the point where it couldn't match up to the hardware. So we knew we needed the new version of these machines out there and making our roads safe by getting drunk drivers off the road. So we went through a procurement process where we were able to secure new Intoxilizer 9000s, and we've been getting those machines programmed, and we just started having classes, and we will be doing a rollout through the entire month of October, putting one in every county in the state of Mississippi. Then we'll follow up putting them in multiple cities across the state.
So Sean, my idea of that is kind of like a modern day breathalyzer, right? I mean, this is from what I understand, a modern infrared based breath alcohol instrument. Is that right? Because our public might not know that term, intoxilizer.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's certainly an upgrade over the old machines. Just the technology that we have compared to what we had 20 years ago gives us a lot better product and a lot better analysis than what we had in the past. In so much as, even if there might not be anything on somebody's breath, it actually picks up through the blood that goes through your system and into your breath, is able to pick that up with the infrared technology. So it really is an amazing machine, and one in which, again, once somebody gets put on it and it has to breathe into it, we'll be able to detect their use of alcohol and get drunk drivers off our road, which, even with things like Uber and other things that a lot of folks are using instead of driving drunk like they used to in the past, we still have habitual drunk drivers that get out on our roads, and we're still charging a lot of folks with it. And unfortunately, it's causing a lot of deaths on our roadways when these drunk drivers get into these fatal accidents.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems to be a pervasive situation that you see all across the Mid-South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas. I mean, it really doesn't hold any boundaries. So how are they used? Are they used like a breathalyzer? When an officer approaches a vehicle, they suspect something, they do some tests, and then it's implemented? How's it going to be used?
Well, the way the process generally works is law enforcement will make observations into the individual and determine as to whether or not they think there's any probable cause to proceed with additional investigation. And that's when you usually see the field sobriety test take place, where the officer's making somebody and asking them to do a one-legged stand, the eye test, and the walk and turn. And then from there, the officers generally have what's called a portable breathalyzer machine. And that just establishes, again, further probable cause. And then eventually, they will put them on the Intoxilizer 9000 machine. And these will be located at our sheriff's offices across the state. But eventually, we'll be putting them out again in the cities. And we will have mobile units that will have them available so that we can bring them, put them right on the side of the road so that you're not having to transport an individual back to the sheriff's office to do the Intoxilizer machine at the station. So again, this is the beginning of the rollout. We're hopeful to have over 250 eventually out in the field, and we will have some mobile units that will be available to come to the scene when we have a suspected drunk driver.
I suspect these are very accurate compared to the old machines. What do you want the public to know about this?
Well, and they are accurate. And I'll say this about the 8000. It served its purpose. It was an accurate machine as well. But I think what we'll see with the 9000, it has further capabilities. And most importantly, look, we don't want to write DUI tickets. And we don't want to, what we want is to get drunk drivers off the road. And so what we would encourage people to do is, if you're going to be drinking and you're going out with some friends, find a designated driver or take an Uber or take a cab, but don't drink and drive. I mean, the last thing that we want to do is go out there and issue a DUI. We'd rather you not be drinking and driving. But know this, if that's the choice you make, we're enhancing those efforts in Mississippi. And if we catch a drunk driver, we're going to arrest you. And we're going to work with our prosecutors to ensure that you're prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And I'm a former state senator. I work closely with Senator Parker from DeSoto County. And a few years ago, we even instituted a DUI fourth law in Mississippi. If you get 4 DUIs in your lifetime in this state, you're looking at a 10-year felony charge. And so I know he and I both are very proud of that legislation, and I'm proud to be in the position I am now as Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety to further our efforts to get drunk drivers off our road and protect those that are trying to drive on our interstates and highways and state roads from being hurt or harmed by drunk drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. And with Uber and Lyft, the advent of those two, there's no reason to get behind the wheel at all, even if you've had a sip. Sean, we really appreciate your time on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you so much for letting us know and shedding a light on these new machines and letting the public know, hey, look, if you're going to do this, we're going to find you, catch you, and we're going to prosecute you. Anything else before we let you go?
No, we appreciate you. Appreciate you helping us get the word out about this. And I would encourage everybody in Tennessee and Mississippi, stay safe, be vigilant. And again, if you're going to go out with your friends, we want you to have a good time, but get a designated driver or make a plan to get home safe by using Uber or other services.
Okay, Sean Tedell, Department of Public Safety Commissioner, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you. Okay, back here live as we continue to follow the breaking news that we've been following in the overnight hours, this plane crash that happened in Washington, D.C. This is a live picture of the Potomac River where first responders are still very much there going through the wreckage. As they mentioned about an hour or two ago, there are no survivors. It has flipped now from a rescue operation to a now recovery operation. This all happened last night, and it was picked up on EarthCam, where an American Airlines flight departing from Wichita, Kansas, collided midair in D.C. with an Army helicopter. That American Airlines flight had 60 passengers, 4 crew members on board. The Army helicopter had 3 soldiers on board. All are dead. They all have been killed. That's according to officials. No survivors. And right now there is a recovery operation underway. This is some of the pictures from overnight. These are from early this morning, where you can see a number of different rescue operations, or rather recovery operations, there on the Potomac River where this happened. Again, at about 10 o'clock Memphis time, that is roughly when this collision happened. And this is a live picture from that area where, again, first responders are still there. We understand that there was some team members from the U.S. figure skating delegation that were on board this flight, along with the Russian Federation. They had some team members on board this flight as well. Again, 60 passengers, 4 crew members, and 3 soldiers from the helicopter, all feared dead. And they are going through the wreckage there, the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. This flight traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Reagan National, DCA, on a CRJ aircraft. The CRJ, very common, something that you see from Memphis International Airport, leaving Memphis, going to DCA all the time. In fact, the flights from Memphis to DCA this morning have been canceled. The airport hasn't been opened since that crash. In fact, it's been closed since last night. It is expected to resume at about 11 o'clock local time, 10 o'clock our time. We're going to continue to follow this here on Action News 5 to give you any updates. But right now, that is a live picture. And the last news conference, which was a little bit less than 2 hours ago, the officials said there are no survivors. It is a recovery operation, and the wreckage they're going through right now is a recovery operation in the Potomac River. We're going to take a short break. More news on Action News 5's Digital Desk. Morning, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Got a great interview set up for you, the author of this book. This book says, Calm Your Mind with Food, a revolutionary guide to controlling your anxiety. She is joining us on the Digital Desk. She is not only an author, she's written several books, but she's also a Harvard-trained psychiatrist. She's also a professional chef. She's a nutrition specialist. And now she is joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm proud to say welcome to Dr. Uma Naidu, joining us now to talk about foods to eat to give us less anxiety, less stress when we enter the holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and beyond. And Dr. Uma, thank you for joining us here. So where do we begin? I mean, let's talk about some of those foods that reduce stress and why they reduce stress. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I think the first thing to notice about all that I'm talking about is the colors of the different foods. You know, we kind of think about some special food or special ingredient, but it's really going back to those basic whole foods. So one of the things I like people to think about is the word CALMS, calms, and I'll break it down for you. So the C is actually for vitamin C, which you get from citrus fruit, lemons, limes, oranges, clementines, mandarins, those types of things. So vitamin C is excellent beating inflammation and helping your mood and to ease anxiety. The colors give you antioxidants. The other C is for choline from things like eggs, but also, I have a little boiled egg here, but also from chickpeas and legumes and things like that. So I want you to think about those ingredients as well. But guess what? The other C is for dark chocolate. So you can add that in as well. The A is for things like anthocyanins, which gives blueberries that delicious, beautiful blue color. Very good for your brain. And then, ashwagandha is a supplement, and this little container here, the reason it's a supplement is because it's very bitter tasting. But then you go to L, liquids. Just remember to replenish with water all day as you're shopping and you're getting into the holiday season. Water will keep you calm and actually keep your mood on an even keel. But also things like passion flower tea will help you out. So sip on that, make some as you're going out shopping or having a stressful day at work, because everything ramps up over the holidays. And then we go to M. The M is for more omegas, which you can actually get from canned salmon. You can get it from fresh or canned salmon. The omegas are from these fatty fish that are healthy for our brain, but you also get healthy fats from things like avocados. So add those into your salads and your nuts. And then the S is for spices and herbs. So I have my spice tray here, but you can use a little bit of turmeric with a tiny pinch of black pepper to actually help anything, a tea, a soup, a smoothie to uplift your mood, a little bit of saffron in your food, fresh herbs like oregano, garlic, all of these delicious herbs that we're using anyway for holidays like Thanksgiving are really going to help uplift the mood because they keep you calm due to the antioxidants. These beat off inflammation in the gut and the brain. All of these foods are things I want you to add in. Anything here has a lot of fiber, a lot of color, a lot of texture. You even have your flax seeds and your hemp seeds, everything that you can. Your soup should have your garlics, leeks, and onions, great prebiotic fiber. And then don't forget things like your nut butters. Those they have protein as well as fiber and the nutrients that you need. So the more that you can think about it, just go to those actual foods, the whole foods that you can eat and the simple ones. There's nothing special that you don't have in your pantry or fridge right here.
I love it. I love it. And that's a great acronym to really kind of start getting those foods with that will help you with your anxiety and stress. That acronym CALM, CALM, and that stands for colors like vitamin C, chickpeas, and chocolate. Ashwagandha, and is it
blueberries?
Anthocyanins with blueberries, right?
Yeah.
And then liquids, and then more omega-3s and magnesium, and then spices. Can you tell me a little bit more about the spices? You mentioned a little bit there.
Yeah. So, spices have the colors, they have no calories, and if it's a pure spice, there's no salt in it either. But they actually help inflammation pathways in the gut and the brain. They are rich in flavor, so they flavor up our food. And we're using these delicious holiday spices right now. Cinnamon, ginger, cardamom. If you're cooking more spicy foods, maybe some cumin, some coriander, some turmeric, oregano, parsley, thyme, all of these are great for you. So whether it's the fresh spice that you're using in your turkey for Thanksgiving or the dried spices, add them in wherever you can. Because not only does it boost the flavor of your food, it has this other benefit of helping your brain too. And that's not something we often realize. So I'm sharing my spice tray here, but you might have one of your own or your little spice bottles, have a spice rack behind me, whichever way that you store them. And if you're using the dried spice, use half as amount as the fresh herb. Like I have some fresh oregano here. But if I use the fresh oregano, I'd use a certain amount. But if I use dried oregano, I'd use half the amount my recipe because it's super concentrate in the dried spice.
I love it. I love it, Dr. Uma. Thank you. Let me ask you this. Where do people make the biggest mistakes when it comes to trying to find foods that will help with stress and anxiety? Because I don't have to tell you, stress and anxiety is overwhelming these days. So many people are stressed out. Where do people make the most mistakes?
I think it's that we tend to go to what we call comfort foods, but to be honest, comfort foods are discomfort for your brain. And what do I mean by that? In the short term, that cookie, the candy, the donut, the cake, maybe the savory snack that you like, that gives you a temporary feeling of maybe you feel a little bit good, but it's really bad for your blood sugar balance, for your brain, for inflammation in your body. So I think what happens is we get stressed and we reach out for these foods, then we want more of them, and we get into this habit cycle that kind of ruins it for us. So I'm all about, an 80-20 rule. If it's your birthday, if it's the holiday, have that piece of pie that you're looking forward to, enjoy it. But the rest of the time, the 80% of the time, try to be eating your leafy greens, your salads, your colors, great spices, drinking enough water, that type of stuff to create that balance. I think we fall off when we eat those foods that are ultra processed and have a lot of added sugar and salt that are really out of the amounts of range that our body really needs to survive and thrive.
Where do you stand on supplements? And if you recommend supplements, which ones do you recommend?
So supplements really do provide and fill a nutritional gap because none of us is a perfect eater, including myself. The reason I mentioned ashwagandha here is because it is an old spice from Ayurvedic times, and it is very bitter tasting. So it's a great way to add a supplement to your diet is to take a powder or a pill, whatever form that is. And I think that's perfectly fine because there's a good amount of evidence that it is calming. Another one is saffron. Saffron is very expensive and you use very little in your food, but it has a lot of good evidence that saffron helps mood. That's another one where a supplement is going to give you enough of a dose that will help your mood. But always speak to your provider, even about supplements, because that's important that your provider knows, what you're taking along with any other medications you are prescribed and your medical conditions.
Sorry about that. You didn't hear me. Let me show the book one more time. Calm Your Mind with Food. You wrote this book helping people out there with anxiety and stress. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
I think that if you're running about shopping and being busy, just remember to maybe carry a snack pack of some nuts, something that you can eat on the go, and remember to have your water with you because hydrating all the time also staves off cravings and keeps you away from eating something that's unhealthy on the go. Because we're entering these busy times now, which can also be fun, and it's important to enjoy it too.
Dr. Uma Naidu, I really appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk. Congratulations on the latest book. I look forward to reading it from cover to cover and getting that knowledge that's so important in this stressed out time that we are living in. So thank you very much for coming on the Digital Desk. We appreciate all the information you gave to all of us. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk for seniors, home, and community. They are central to their lives. It's a place to build relationships and friends, connect with organizations, and continue to grow and thrive. But that can't happen for all seniors out there, unfortunately. So this is a very important interview we're about to discuss because it's about new findings that we're discovering in a brand new survey done by AARP and what we can do to help our parents and grandparents. I'm joined right now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Rodney Harrell. He's VP of Family, Home, and Community for AARP. So, Rodney, good morning to you. Can you tell us a little bit about this new study done by AARP and what some of the results were?
Well, good morning. And to your point, there are some really intriguing findings in this new survey we've just released. First, we found that 3/4 of people 50 and older want to stay in their homes or their communities as long as possible. Now, we found that about half were confident they could stay in their communities, and 44% of older adults said that they may need to move in the future. So that adds up to me that most of us want to stay in our homes and stay in our communities as we age, but many of us know that our communities or our homes are missing some of the features that we need to be able to thrive there. And so closing that gap is something we might want to think about.
It is something that is kind of a conversation piece, certainly, for all of us that are concerned. Many of us out there are dealing with our aging parents, and some of us are aging grandparents. What advice do you have when it comes to starting that conversation about those next steps, I guess you could say?
Well, sure. You know, it's important to have those conversations and to have them today. Some people think about putting off those conversations, but I've talked to too many folks that have waited until after the crisis has happened. And when that happens to you, say after you have a fall, after someone's been in the hospital, after some other change has happened, you're now in a box. And now you have limited time, limited financial resources to make those changes. So the earlier you plan, the better you're going to be. Now, to do that planning, we need to be able to talk openly and honestly as families about the issues that we have. All of us are aging, and so let's think about what might be coming down the line, what might happen, and honestly about where we are now. And that can help us to start to think about the solutions we need, because everybody's solution is about their particular home and their particular family needs. There's not a one-size-fits-all solution. But what I would say for everyone is to, again, think about the future, but to start early and to start small with the conversation. What are the small scale changes that we can make in this home? And then if we need bigger changes, well, let's think about how we're going to approach those down the line when we can.
Let me ask you this, because a lot of times some of those issues, Rodney, have to deal with improvements to someone's home, making those improvements to make it more accessible, to make it more comfortable for our aging parents and grandparents. Can you talk about some of those improvements that can help them?
Well, sure. At the small end of the scale, there are things like removing trip hazards around the home. Loose throw rugs and cords around living rooms can create fall hazards. Another small scale thing is lighting, that we need more light to see as we age. And so whether we're adding light bulbs or changing window treatments or adding windows, that can add more lighting. And what I like about paying attention to the windows is it also allows us to stay connected with the community that's outside as well. And then there's some bigger things as well, thinking about the entry to our homes. Do we have stairs there? What can we do to make that a zero-step entry? Can we put a ramp or something else in there, or change the way our furniture is designed if we're going to make a larger scale change? How can we adapt to the stairs in the home? Can we put a bedroom or create a bedroom space on the first floor? So from small to large, there are changes we can make to make our homes work better for us. But we have to know kind of what we're starting with and then what our needs are and go from there.
Where do people make the biggest mistakes, Rodney, when it comes to this type of issue?
I think the biggest mistake that I see folks making is thinking that things will always be the same. Things are fine now, so they will be. And I'll worry about that when it comes. I remember talking to a woman in her 80s that had said just that to me. I'll worry about that when it comes. And she had this huge house with all these stairs out front and huge stairs inside as well. And I kept thinking about, well, what's happened to her a year or two later if she had any kind of mobility change. And so, we need to think ahead. And so it's not just thinking about today, but what are things likely to happen to us, and how can we prepare for those things? And the other mistake tied to that is being intimidated by thinking it's too big of a thing to tackle. So again, starting small helps us think, well, what are the changes we can make, and perhaps build to bigger things when you have the wherewithal to do so.
A lot of times, parents and grandparents go to the independent or assisted living communities. Is that a good thing? I guess that all depends on the conversation that you have, right?
Yeah, what I'd say is that there's a wide range of solutions out there. There's not a one-size-fits-all. We've got to have all hands on deck and think about all of the different ways that we can get our needs met. And so for some of us, those are great options. What I'd like to do, though, is to make sure that people have the option to stay in their home and community if they'd like to. So for those folks who want to do that, they have that. For folks who can't do that, who need a little more help, it's great that we have different ranges of housing options for those as well. But we're going to need all the solutions that we can think of, because this older population is growing. And we're going to have more people over the age of 65 than under 18 by 2034. And we just don't have enough housing options to meet all those needs.
Good point. Anything else you wanted to mention, Rodney, before we let you go? It's an important conversation to have, and at times it can be very difficult for so many families out there, but certainly important. But anything else, any kind of advice, suggestions, tips for anybody?
Sure. It's never too early to have these conversations, as I've mentioned. And the second thing I'd say is to think about your home and the changes you can make now, and then things you might want to do tomorrow. But also think about the community that the home is in as well. Are we able to get around? Do we have the kind of community elements we need? A home is in a location too, and so all of that goes together. And thinking about, is this the right place to age? And if so, what can we do to make that easier for me?
Okay, Rodney Harrell, VP of Family, Home, and Community for AARP. I really appreciate this discussion, an important one to have, as so many families deal with parents and grandparents that are aging, and they need various wants. They have some needs out there, but it's certainly a discussion that needs to be had. We appreciate all the suggestions and advice you gave us here on the Digital Desk. Thanks. Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, an impact to you. Rain coming down heavily at times across the Mid-South as we go through the course of the day ahead. Primary issue will be north and west of the city of Memphis. Farther south, I think it's going to be more hit and miss in variety as far as the coverage is concerned. But needless to say, rain coming down, and it could come down heavily as we go through the course of the day. So let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And again, you'll notice a couple of bands of rain lifting across the area. One band's already to the north, another one developing down to the south, also lifting northward. And notice that there's not much changing from the positioning of the heaviest band off to the north of the city of Memphis. So along and north of I-40, where the heaviest band will likely lie. Temperatures there in the 50s, stuck there throughout the day. Farther south, where it's more hit and miss variety showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder. Temperatures in the middle and upper 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast when it comes down to the rain coverage or the temperature regime as we go through the course of your Thursday. All the while getting ready for a cold front to come sweeping through the area. That could bring us a couple of lines of showers and storms as we head through the evening hours. I think between 6 and 8 p.m. along and west of the Mississippi River.
from the Mississippi River to about Somerville, Holly Springs, and Oxford between 8 to 10 p.m. and then 10 to midnight as you head from there on eastward towards the Tennessee River and Pickwick. Should clear out as we head through the overnight period as we get started on Friday. Temperatures starting off in the 50s. Rebound with a mixture of clouds and sunshine into the low mid 60s, and more clouds could sneak back in here as we head through the overnight period of Friday into early Saturday as we get ready for that upper disturbance to pivot over the mid-south. Here's a look at how much rainfall we could see. Again, you see some spots 1 to 3 inches of rainfall potentially in a few spots, a little heavier just outside the Action News 5 coverage area as you're heading up into places like Randolph County, Greene County, Craighead County, and northeastern Arkansas, stretching back towards central Arkansas as well. Want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Interactive radar going to be your friend here today to get through the heavy rain bouts here. As we head towards the weekend, I think we're going to have some clouds to contend with early on Saturday as temperatures start off in the 40s. We'll work our way to the middle and upper 50s that day. Then if we go into Sunday, and it is a very warm day, lots of sunshine, a pretty aggressive south breeze coming through here around 10 miles per hour. Temperatures working their way up into the upper 60s, maybe approaching 70 in 1 or 2 spots through the afternoon hours. Same idea going into your Monday. Warm breezes coming in off the Gulf, pushing temperatures up well into the 60s. We go into the early portions of next week, and that's when things get a little bit more muddled as a frontal boundary approaches the area Monday into Tuesday. That front may stall out and bisect the area for a couple of days, at least through Tuesday and Wednesday, to keep our temperatures kind of a split. Some spots could very well make a run into the 60s to near 70 degrees, while other spots may be stuck in the 50s to near 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast amid clouds and opportunities for rain to come into the fold as we head through the end of the week. Upcoming weekend, same idea. You'll notice the rain chances in play there amid the clouds and some slightly cooler air, but still above average for the early portion of February.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Have you heard of the Memphis Police Department's Clergy Academy? It has been around since 2011, and it's really there to support and strengthen the partnership between faith-based communities throughout the city of Memphis and law enforcement. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this. I'm joined by Lieutenant Tadario Holmes. He is on the digital desk to talk more about MPD's Clergy Academy. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir. How are you? Thank you so much for having us this morning.
I appreciate you being here. So tell me a little bit about, for many of our audience, the Clergy Academy. This might be the first time they've heard of it. Tell me about its origin, why it began, and how it's going in the last decade or so.
Yes, sir. The Clergy Academy is going great. And as you said, our inaugural session was in 2012. The Memphis Police Department Police Clergy Academy is an educational awareness initiative, and it is designed to support and strengthen collaborative partnerships between the faith-based community and law enforcement. It's comprised of a 6 weeks, which is a 12-hour curriculum that consists of classroom instructions, group discussions, and assimilated drills as well, all in which are intended to emphasize some of the most common law enforcement and crime-related issues that impact our city in significant ways.
Was there anything that spawned this? Was there a certain incident, or was this an initiative? How did it begin?
It was a part of the beginning of our community outreach program, which is the COP program here. And it was pretty much because we recognize our clergy and faith-based leaders as indispensable members of our community, and understood the importance of police and clergy relations.
How many people are involved in this clergy academy, or should I say, how many people have gone through it, and what is their job once they go through it?
Yes, sir. So we are currently enrolling our 15th session of the Clergy Academy. Our 14th session graduated last April of last year, bringing us to a total of 672 graduates of the Clergy Police Academy. Once the clergy graduate, they are assigned to different areas of our city, whether it's a precinct or investigative unit. And what they do is they volunteer their time to be a liaison between the community and law enforcement. They have various roles, some in which they, attend ceremonial, as you'll see sometimes when we graduate our recruits, you'll see them in ceremonial services, then giving prayer and all that. In addition to that, they make hospital visits, and also they're called upon for certain citizens who may request a clergy representative on scenes that we have. So sometimes they even come to some of our scenes.
You said 672 graduates. That's a lot of people over the course of the academy, being involved since 2011. Where
Absolutely.
do they cater towards the community and law enforcement? And if that's the case, and that's my understanding from what you were mentioning, what is their most popular activity, I guess I want to say?
Well, they are leaders of our community, so they serve both the department. Sometimes they'll speak with our officers. Our officers may need some type of spiritual support or someone to listen to, and likewise the community as well. They've come out to certain scenes that people or a citizen or a victim maybe on that scene may have asked for a clergy member. Many times, we have contact on direct contact in several cases with that particular victim's pastor or clergy leader or faith-based leader. So it is a great program. It's a great opportunity for us to be well connected with the faith-based community.
There might be some people watching right now, because we have thousands of people who watch each and every morning here on the digital desk, and they may say, I think I want to be a part of this program. If someone is interested, give me the facts about it. Is there a cost? You mentioned it's a 12-week course, or a 12-hour course, I think you said, over 6 weeks. And what else?
There's absolutely no cost to it. This is a community initiative that we run out of our community engagement unit. You have to be a licensed, ordained, or affirmed faith-based leader recognized by your local congregation, or by a faith-based governing body or ministry organization to be eligible to attend. The organization needs to be in the Memphis area. The clergy leader must pass a background check, and also for those who are approved, again, we'll have to attend 1 day a week, which is on Thursday nights, consecutive Thursdays, engaging in a 2-hour session each week. I would also like to mention that,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Please.
I would also like to mention that it's very easy it takes about 5 minutes to sign up for the class. You can go on our website. You can actually Google Memphis Police Department Clergy Police Academy, and you can pull up our application as well there and sign up digitally.
When is the next session? You mentioned the latest class is about to graduate, right?
Well, the last class graduated last April. Our next session starts March 20th. You do want to sign up for that class before February the 14th. Again, we have to, do background checks, so it takes quite a bit of a time for that. But you definitely want to sign up before February the 14th to get your spot in this class.
So you said you were part of the original class, was that right?
No, sir. The original class I was mentioning, the Argo class, was in 2012.
I see. Okay. let me ask you this. What is the most rewarding aspect of being a part of MPD's Clergy Academy?
Well, first, for MPD, we recognize our faith-based community and faith-based leaders as indispensable partners necessary to help law enforcement to proactively fight and prevent crime. Now, our graduates will become more informed faith-based leaders, and they'll be more equipped to guide and serve the members and the congregations in the community in which they serve.
Is there anything else you want to mention? It's really interesting to learn more about this. Anything else you want to mention?
Yes, sir. So I definitely like to encourage you all to go at your earliest convenience to read on the Clergy Academy. We do have pamphlets on our website as well. You have a little information there. You also can contact me, myself, at tadario.holmes@memphistn.gov to get more information. It's a great program. There's other, very exciting things that happen in the class as well. One of the things I would like to mention is that you'll have an opportunity to do a ride along. So clergy members actually have the opportunity to ride along with our law enforcement officers for a couple of hours to kind of see what it's like to patrol the community in which they serve from the police car. So that's pretty cool. They also get an opportunity to have an open conversation dialogue with our chief and other higher ranking officers to hear, their aspect of community engagement, and also to be able to express your own ideas and concerns in regards to the community as well. So it's very important. We have data that we will, start off with showing you the importance of clergy and police relations. So I'm very excited about this class. And I think that when you read more about it and you sign up for it and take this class, you'll see why.
All right, Lieutenant Tadario Holmes joining us, talking about Memphis Police Department's Clergy Academy. We appreciate your time. Thank you for informing us about this, and best of luck on another class coming up in just a few months. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. So this Sunday, when you are watching the NFL playoffs between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Los Angeles Rams, right afterwards, there's going to be a brand new NBC drama that's going to premiere. It's called The Hunting Party, and it is a great concept where a small team of investigators go after and track down the world's most dangerous serial killers. And it sounds like an amazing concept. It's going to debut, again, Sunday night on NBC, which is right here on Action News 5, 6 o'clock Memphis time. And I'm joined by the star of this new series, Melissa Roxburgh, joining us on the digital desk. You may recognize Melissa, of course, from Manifest. I watched Manifest for quite a bit of time, Melissa. It's so great to have you on the digital desk. So tell me about The Hunting Party. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. The Hunting Party. Let's get into it. The Hunting Party is about a small team of investigators, and they have been tasked to retrieve the world's worst serial killers who have all been being held at this secret government prison called the Pit. The Pit has exploded. No one knows why yet. That's part of the mystery. But we do know the inmates have gotten out, and so we've been tasked to go retrieve them. And as we go out into the world and bring them back week by week, not only are they incredibly fascinating killers that are incredibly dangerous, we also realize that the Pit is holding way more secrets, or was holding way more secrets than we realized. And so part of the mystery is realizing why the prisoners were being held there, why the world thought that they were dead, what's happened to them. So it's such a fun ride, and it's a definite roller coaster.
Yeah, we're watching some footage of the premiere here, and it looks fantastic. It's tell us a little bit about the backdrop. Where is it taking place, and some of your cast members?
So the pit the pit is in Cheyenne, I believe. I could be wrong there. Sorry, forgive me. It's super early, but we kind of go all over America. The killers have, not gotten too far, but they have definitely escaped, and a lot of them have gone to different places. And so each week we're going to different cities. We go to Chicago. We go to Wyoming. We go all over the place trying to find these killers. And a lot of time spent on an airplane. But yeah.
That sounds very interesting. You're going to have a huge audience with all these football fans watching this weekend to see the debut. What do you expect the audience, how are they going to react to something like this, especially an audience that loves football, right?
I would say an audience that loves football. I mean, if you like the adrenaline rush, which I think that they do, then this show's for you, because I think that there's a lot of twists and turns. There's a lot of shock moments. There's a lot of scary moments. So if you're worried about your football team and just want to add that extra bit of worry before bed, definitely watch the show. It'll get you scared.
I love it, Melissa. So tell me, going back to Manifest, so many people watched it. It had such a following. Of course, it started on NBC, and I know it went to Netflix. What do you take from something like that? And no question, you had a following from Manifest. What do you say to perhaps those people who really enjoyed you and your character in Manifest, and now with this new character going after these serial killers? Is there any similarities? What would you say to your audience?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like to joke that this new character, Rebecca Henderson, is just Michaela Stone grown up and promoted a couple years later. And so, she's still kind of got that detective brain, but she's in a much bigger and scarier world now. So, well, scarier in a different way. Manifest was pretty scary. So anyone who watched Manifest and loved the character from that show, there's a lot of similarities. She's stubborn, she's strong-willed, and she'll stop at nothing.
Absolutely. Well, I know it's very early where you are, but I appreciate you joining us on the Digital Desk. Is there anything else you would like to say to our audience? We have thousands of people that watch in the Memphis, West Tennessee, North Mississippi, Arkansas area that you'd like to say right now.
Hi. I hope you guys like The Hunting Party just as much as Manifest, and I'm excited for you all to see.
All right, Melissa Roxborough, thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk. Congratulations. Best of luck on this latest series. We appreciate it. We'll all be watching.
Thanks so much.
All right. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I'm Andrew Douglas. Do you know what a plank exercise is? Well, plank exercises, they really target the core of your body, but they have so many other health benefits as well. They help with your back, your posture, they can prevent injury, and it can also reduce blood pressure. Many of you this year, it's still relatively early in 2025, many of you perhaps still are on track to get that New Year's resolution underway to exercise more, get in better shape. Well, this morning on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, we are joined by our friends at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville to talk more about the power of the plank. I'm joined right now by Samantha Pennington, Tyler Timms, both at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, and it looks like, guys, that you guys are set up to really kind of show the power of the plank. Good morning to you.
Morning. Good morning. Yes, the power of the plank. Yeah, we're diving right into one of the staples of all of our programming.
Excellent, excellent. So I see that you guys have a setup there. Tell us exactly, first off, you know, your best guess or your best research and studies that show the power of the plank and how to do it effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. So the plank has been in exercise program for a long time. We use it to stabilize a lot of the lumbosacral and a lot of the core area, and we use it in our foundational, our stabilization. We have a OPT model that we use. It has a lot of different segments to it, but this happens to be one that we use early in the program to create stabilization and a foundation for the core, for the spine, and it allows us to just hold everything. It's body awareness, and we're going to kind of talk through some of the different versions of the plank. But to start out, Samantha, would you like to get into a position? Awesome. So we have a high plank. So high plank is something that you have arms extended, you're up high. This is usually an easier plank to get into. We do holds to start. So we're looking at muscular endurance, we're looking at core stability, pull in that belly button, and there's a transverse abdominis is the actual muscle that we're really trying to activate in this motion. Front side mechanics primarily, but you can see the head, the back, the hips, and the knees. Everything's nice and lined up. That's why we call it the plank. We do this for time. Now to go on to the next phase, go ahead and go down to the elbows. So the elbows, we call them bows and toes. They're called a lot of different things, but in this position, what we're trying to do is hold that same plank position, really thinking about where the pelvis is, where the head is. We want to be in neutral in the head. So neutral here, as Samantha's doing. Samantha, give me a bad posture. All right, so everything drops in the middle, and the head drops down, and all of this becomes a really uneven plank. So let's pull that back up into position so you can see where you are. Now, what we're trying to do here, and what I do with a lot of my clients, is let's go for a minute. A minute is a good kind of estimate on where you are with your muscular endurance in the core region. And you can get a minute, then we build up to 2 minutes in that plank. And once you can do 2, you can pretty much do anything. You got stability, you got good form, and we're ready to go on to the dynamic area. But that's our basic plank. And then we can kind of move on to some dynamic stuff if you like.
Yeah, certainly. But first, let me just remind our viewers out there. We have thousands of people who watch us on the digital desk every morning. That you can do this anywhere. It doesn't have to be at a gym. Doesn't have to be somewhere that you have to go to each and every day. You can do this at home. You can do this on the road if you're in a hotel room, right? I mean, this is essentially all you need is just some space to try and do. I don't know the technical term, but essentially try to do a plank, right?
Yeah, and not only can you do these planks on your own, but we incorporate this in our group fitness classes as well. I actually teach a class, it's called Shred, and we are holding movements or doing movements for 1 minute long. So a lot of the times I like to start off class with that 1 minute plank to really activate all the muscles and kind of get your body a little bit more warmed up. Because I'm telling you, I am warmed up right now. That was probably a minute hold. So
yeah, that was a lot, and so that is focusing obviously on the core. But I would love to see some other, I guess, variations of the plank that you guys were talking about just a minute ago, and then also some of the other benefits of the plank that has posture benefits and blood pressure benefits, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're right. In that position, you're really trying to, your tendency is to hold your breath. You want to really kind of breathe through this. Think about things that are going on inside your body. It's an awareness exercise. Blood pressure always has a positive effect when you're really going through the breathing patterns. You're thinking about your body. You're thinking about your muscles. You're thinking about where your pelvis and your spine are lined up. These are all great benefits to the to the plank. But as we get deeper into the program, we have called our personal training dynamic personal training for a reason, and that's to take it to another level. So let's go ahead and show them a couple. I've got a triple threat. So the triple threat, you start in plank, and we're going to go through this pretty quick, but basically you either do 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, or 30-second hold. Let's say we just did 10-second on the static hold. We're going to go into a rocker for 10 repetitions. Go ahead. So we rock back, hips up. Now we're getting the shoulders involved. We're getting the mobility kind of cooking. We got the hips involved in this as well. Once you do 10 of these, we're going into rotation. So the elbow T, we're bringing it up. Now we're getting rotation in the spine, one of the 3 planes of motion that we really want to activate once the body is ready. So now you're doing 10 of these. It's called the triple threat. It's a hold, it's a rocker, and it's a rotation. It's a great dynamic exercise to kind of add and just boost that plank into something a little different. Because if there's anything that a lot of people hate, is just to hold that plank forever and ever. It is tough. It's called torture, but it's so effective, and a lot of trainers use it. We use it a lot here in our in-house in our dynamic personal training programs.
I have to say, you guys make a great team at demonstrating everything. Samantha, great job on holding everything and showing it, and Tyler, awesome job explaining everything. But I know that there's a lot of people out there that may be intimidated. I mean, obviously, you guys are in great shape, and so there might be people that say, well, you know, I'm just not there physically. I don't know if I could do it. What do you say to those folks?
So you start where you can. You know, we take everybody. We do a good assessment. That's kind of our process. When you're getting into a program, get with a professional that really understands where you are. Start where you start. So you can do these type of exercises up against a wall. You can do them up on elevation. Go ahead and show me a little elevated. So the plank, high plank in elevation is a great way to start. This is a plank. This is a great place to start. If you're not real comfortable getting down on the ground, it reduces a lot of the stress and the exertion that you're getting into. You can do that on the wall. You know, you start where you start, you build from there. You have some metrics and plank is great because you can time it. You can go by reps, and as you build on those, it's a muscular endurance exercise. So you can build time, you can build reps to a pretty high volume. And the next thing you know, you're really getting that core in a great place, and you can start anywhere. Anybody at any physical, position can really do this type of plank. Just know how to adjust it a little bit.
Listen, I appreciate both of you. You guys did extraordinarily well explaining it to our audience. Is there anything else that we're missing that perhaps you'd like to talk about when it comes to the plank, the exercise, ability levels of people doing it? You guys did a great job.
Thank you.
Well, all I have to say is to piggyback on Ty, start where you're at. If you shoot for high goals, you're more likely to not meet them. So shoot for those bits and pieces. So maybe it's an elevated plank to reduce a lot of pressure in those wrists if you're too afraid to go super on the floor. And then, just if you want to, you can also be able to start small within your nutrition as well. Little steps along the way will end up looking like a big step. So that's kind of what we...
Yeah, and, making sure that you're with somebody. If you're not feeling comfortable, it's a great time to get some great instruction. Lifetime, we have group classes that start at all different levels. We have one-on-one personal training. We have dynamic stretch. We have all of our group fitness, group exercise, our alpha classes. So different levels for different people at different phases of the game. And that's really where you want to start. Seek a professional and get in somewhere that really motivates you. Lifetime's a great place. We have so much going on here. It's a beautiful place to come to. Walking in the door, we always say you get a little bit healthier. So.
Excellent, excellent. Well, Tyler Timms, Samantha Pennington, really appreciate the demonstration. Thank you for helping us with the knowledge and really kind of showing the power of the plank, that exercise, so many different health benefits associated with it. We appreciate your time.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Well, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, the countdown to the big game is on, and if you're hosting a Super Bowl party, you're likely planning the menu, you're selecting various recipes, maybe gearing up your whole home for the biggest sporting event of the year. Well, let's bring in someone who knows a little bit about football and the whole aspect of great football, Super Bowl football, championship football, NFL legend, Pittsburgh Steelers, former Pittsburgh Steelers running back, Merrill Hodge, joining us once again on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Merrill, good to see you once again here. Let's talk about the planning and preparation for the big game. Where do we start? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Yeah, let's start there. Well, where you got to start, you want to see the game, right? So that's critical. So the LG OLED Evo G4 brings the Super Bowl right into your living room. It's 8.3 million self-lit pixels, luminous color, powered by Brightness Boost Max technology. It's available in a 55-inch and a 97-inch. That's a 65-inch. That gives you somewhat of an idea. Dolby Atmos sound, so incredible experience visually and sound-wise. Ultimate snack options for the big game, Farm Rich. #1 best-selling mozzarella stick, jalapeno peppers, spinach, artichoke dip, bites, you name it, all kinds of options. Football fans can visit farmrich.com to score deals of dozens of snacks. Now, if either team throws a pick six, Farm Rich fans will have a chance to win their own pick six box, 6 free product coupons, and limited edition merchandise. Visit @FarmRichSnacks for details. Gotta have something to drink, right? This Pinter, it's innovative, all new one brew and draft machine. It's the first in the world to craft 12 pints of freshly made beer or cider at home in 7 days. You mix ingredients with water, leave to brew, refrigerate, you enjoy. $49 at pinter.com/game. And you get 2 free Pinter packs, a free tasting glass, and free shipping when you subscribe, so do that today. And lastly, easy to use Cricut Joy Extra. Okay, it made this shirt, so that tells you what it can do. But that's not all. It's 50 plus materials it can deal with: vinyl, cardstock, iron-ons. It's only 12 inches, so it doesn't take up a lot of space, easy to move around. Cricut Joy Extra prepares your game. Customize anything you want. Team logos, decals, koozies, sprinter banners. You do all this, you are the MVP of the Super Bowl. Everybody who is at your party will love it and enjoy it, whether it's one or all 4 of these items.
I appreciate it, Merrill. I want to talk a little bit about the game here. I mean, after all, you are the former Iron Man of the Year 2 years in a row with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and you set a record for most receptions in a season by a running back. What do you think of this game? Do the Philadelphia Eagles actually have a chance to beat the Chiefs?
Oh, sure. Listen, in the National Football League, every Sunday, it is so close. You got the best coaches in the world. You got the best players in the world. I don't care what the record is. Obviously, these records are good. Both teams are there because they're really good football teams. Teams win championships, okay? The best quarterback doesn't win them. The best teams win them. Now, when you look at that, this is true in the history of the game. A lot of people don't like to watch it this way because you're always watching the quarterback and the ball, wherever the ball is. But these two things are critical to win consistently in the NFL. Don't want to turn the ball over. So let's say it's a clean game. Where does the advantage come? The team that can control the tempo. Best way to control the tempo, easiest way to control the tempo is a team that can run the football and controls the line of scrimmage with your offensive and defensive line. Advantage? Probably the Philadelphia Eagles with Saquon Barkley. If you looked at that, if you looked at that formula. Now, where Kansas City has something that nobody's really ever had, they're one of few teams that have had this opportunity. And they've been galvanized by it. And I think Andy Reid has done a great job. They got a chance to be the only team to do it, to three-peat. That matters. That passion and desire. I think it's not that Kansas City's not thinking about winning the Super Bowl. They've elevated that to be the only team to three-peat. And that level of focus and passion and commitment, I was really kind of showed up this year. I think that's why, they make very few mistakes. They play well as a team. But that's why I think it's going to be as close a game as it was last time. And what was the difference in the last one when these two played? A turnover. So if it's a clean game, I would give it a slight advantage to Philly because of Saquon Barkley and the trench play. But you can't dismiss Kansas City because of that one caveat. that they have a chance to do and become the only team to ever do it, and that's win 3 in a row.
You mentioned turnovers and turnovers, the difference 3 years ago when they last played. Do you see any other aspect? Maybe it's the defensive backs, maybe it's the wide receivers. Do you see any other aspect of the game that Philadelphia must win in order to beat the Chiefs? Because right now, just many casual fans and many in-depth, fanatics out there, they're going to want to root, for perhaps somebody else to win the Super Bowl other than the Chiefs. And they're just wondering if the Eagles have a shot.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Now, the one thing that the Eagles will have to do, as far as a game plan perspective, is there's one guy you can't let kill you and destroy you, and that's Kelsey. Okay, so you got to take care of him, and then you can't make mistakes on Patrick Mahomes with how you rush the passer. You can't let him escape laterally with not pushing him. You can't let him go vertically. You got to push him laterally. So if you do those two things in the game, and it's a clean game, and Philadelphia doesn't they control the tempo with their running game, that gives them a great chance to win the game. Now, those things are not easy that I just said, but teams that have been able to do that have had a chance to beat Kansas City when you can do that. And Philadelphia's clearly a good enough team. They match up well, but those will be two pivotal things that they do well. And Kansas City just has a strategically good timing in their offense and defense. Well, let's use the defensive side of blitzing, being sound on your pass protections when it's throwing situations. So they can clearly win it. Not going to be easy. It'll have to be one of their best games. Have to be a clean game, but it can be done.
How does Merrill Hodge watch the Super Bowl?
Well, I watch it differently. I was just talking to somebody else about this. Like I watch. I actually, when the ball is snapped, I watch that line right there. I'm watching who's winning there, because that tells me everything about who is going to be the successful champ in the game. This has been historically true. When I played at ESPN, when we do post-Super Bowl shows, Ron Jaworski and I would go watch the tape, and we're like, oh my gosh. I'll give you a great example. There's two great examples of Super Bowl history. When the Giants beat Buffalo in Tampa, and the Buffalo Bills were going to go all over the place. I mean, just destroy them. The Giants didn't have a chance. What'd they do? They controlled the tempo of the game. They ran the ball. The turnover aspect they won those aspects. And then when the Patriots were undefeated, the Giants came in and did the exact same thing. They ran the football. They controlled the tempo of the game. They didn't turn the ball. I did all the right things to help them win it that you have to do. So that's like Philadelphia has to play like that. Can they play like that? Absolutely. They're made like that. So that isn't going to be a far stretch from the imagination if they end up doing it.
Merrill Hodge, appreciate the insight. Thank you so much for joining us on the Digital Desk.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Okay, appreciate it. Another live look from our high five camera there. Lots of rain and clouds out there. We'll be talking about your forecast in 1 minute.
Thanks for joining us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk here on a Thursday morning. Of course, an impact to you. Rain coming down heavily at times across the Mid-South as we go through the course of the day ahead. Primary issue will be north and west of the city of Memphis. Farther south, I think it's going to be more hit and miss in variety as far as the coverage is concerned. But needless to say, rain coming down, and it could come down heavily as we go through the course of the day. So let's go hour by hour with our first alert futurecast. And again, you'll notice a couple of bands of rain lifting across the area. One band's already to the north, another one developing down to the south, also lifting northward. And notice that there's not much changing from the positioning of the heaviest band off to the north. of the city of Memphis. So along and north of I-40 where the heaviest band will likely lie. Temperatures there in the 50s, stuck there throughout the day. Farther south where it's more hit and miss variety showers, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, temperatures in the middle and upper 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast when it comes down to the rain coverage or the temperature regime as we go through the course of your Thursday. All the while getting ready for a cold front to come sweeping through the area. That could bring us a couple of lines of showers and storms as we head through the evening hours. I think between 6 and 8 p.m. along and west of the Mississippi River. From the Mississippi River to about Somerville, Holly Springs, and Oxford between 8 to 10 p.m. and then 10 to midnight as you head from there on eastward towards the Tennessee River and Pickwick. Should clear out as we head through the overnight period as we get started on Friday. Temperatures starting off in the 50s. Rebound with a mixture of clouds and sunshine into the low mid 60s, and more clouds could sneak back in here as we head through the overnight period of Friday into early Saturday as we get ready for that upper disturbance to pivot over the mid-south. Here's a look at how much rainfall we could see. Again, you see some spots 1 to 3 inches of rainfall potentially, in a few spots a little heavier just outside the Action News 5 coverage area as you're heading up into places like Randolph County, Greene County, Craighead County, and northeastern Arkansas, stretching back towards central Arkansas as well. Want you to say weather where anytime and everywhere on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Interactive radar going to be your friend here today to get through the heavy rain bouts here. As we head towards the weekend, I think we're going to have some clouds to contend with early on Saturday as temperatures start off in the 40s. We'll work our way to the middle and upper 50s that day. Then if we go into Sunday, and it is a very warm day, lots of sunshine, a pretty aggressive south breeze coming through here around 10 miles per hour. Temperatures working their way up into the upper 60s, maybe approaching 70 in 1 or 2 spots through the afternoon hours. Same idea going into your Monday. Warm breezes coming in off the Gulf, pushing temperatures up well into the 60s. We go into the early portions of next week, and that's when things get a little bit more muddled as a frontal boundary approaches the area Monday into Tuesday. That front may stall out and bisect the area for a couple of days, at least through Tuesday and Wednesday, to keep our temperatures kind of a split. Some spots could very well make a run into the 60s to near 70 degrees, while other spots may be stuck in the 50s to near 60s. So not a one-size-fits-all forecast amid clouds and opportunities for rain to come into the fold as we head through the end of the week. Upcoming weekend, same idea. You'll notice the rain chances in play there amid the clouds and some slightly cooler air, but still above average for the early portion of February.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Always love checking in with our friends at Memphis Botanic Garden. Joined now by Jenna Harris. She is live out in the garden right now to talk about the next big event that's happening on those beautiful, lush 93 acres. And Jenna, we're talking about trolls, right? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, so we've got our next upcoming exhibit, Thomas Dambo's Trolls. So these trolls have been making their way across the United States for the last couple of years, sharing their message on conservation education. And these are larger than life trolls that everybody's going to be really excited to see and come hear the lessons they've got to teach us.
So tell me a little bit more about it. Well, I understand it's going to be from February until May, and what can people experience when they check out the Memphis Botanic Garden?
Yeah, so our troll visitors are going to be coming to us on February 1st. And there's 6 trolls. So all of the trolls came together, and they're worried about the way that people have been treating the environment and the way that we use our resources and throw things away without looking at ways to reuse them, things like that. So these 6 trolls have decided that they're going to spread their message across the United States and share that with all of the different people and teach us just better ways to use our natural resources, provide homes for wildlife and shelter and food for wildlife. And these 6 trolls wear this outfit made of recycled pallets. And so these 12 to 18 foot tall trolls are these gentle giants that are going to come and share that message. So we've got Rosa Sunfinger, who everything that she touches, she likes to add plants to. So maybe it's something that you wouldn't have thought to put plants in. Rosa is going to plant it. I've heard she might even be bringing a car that's going to be full of plants. And then we've got Rania Redeye, who speaks for all the trolls. And she's going to be the one sharing kind of the troll alphabet, how to speak and share the information with everybody. You've got Comic-Con, who is our recycle troll. He doesn't understand why people leave these eternity materials that we call plastics all over the place, and what are some ways that we can do a better job of using something different or even reusing some of those items that maybe you would toss away or recycle, different ways to do that. Sophus Lotus is our listening troll, and Sophus listens to all of the things in the environment. She was the first one to kind of notice that humans maybe weren't doing the best job and they could use their help. Ibby Pip is going to be up on a hill over by where some birds might be. So she's a friend to all the wildlife and is going to share information with all of our visitors on how to have better areas for wildlife and make sure that we're not messing up a spot that maybe some of these critters could be hanging out in. And then Bosse Bueller is a big old wild child. He likes to do mud painting and do designs with natural materials. And he notices all the different shapes in nature and how they can be used to create pieces of art and things like that. So all these trolls are just going to be hanging out here at the garden from February until May. And we'll have all kinds of events and activities surrounding the trolls the whole time that they're here, and hopefully be able to give some more information to Memphians and make Memphis a better place to live.
I love the educational and picturesque atmosphere at the same time there at Memphis Botanic Garden, Jenna. And you know, a lot of people might think, okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, we're going to take a news conference right now from President Trump regarding the plane crash that happened last night in D.C. Let's listen in.
Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly. And we are a country of, really, we are in mourning. This has really shaken a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people, unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now. And in the days to come, we'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy, icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers, and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation is government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive, too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow them in. That means like everything's fine. Follow them in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter. I mean, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it wasn't the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower, but it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have, and then they changed it back. That was Biden, to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response local, state, federal, and when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency, the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible, with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's unacceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. President, and I appreciate the confidence you placed in me. Thank you.
Pete, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership. From the moment we found out about this, we were in contact with the White House trying to determine exactly what happened. I would echo it as well. No excuses. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We first and foremost, from the Defense Department, want to pass our condolences to the 64 souls and their families that were affected by this. Never should happen. And certainly the 3 service members, the 3 soldiers, a young captain, staff sergeant, and a CW2, Chief Warrant Officer, on a routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. And I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Black Hawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you.
Very much. JD, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C. is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Mr. President, on DEI,
DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power, you have to go by psychological quality, and psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden, and Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering the fact there is no direct air travel between the two countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Ms. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
You're asking me a question about Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem, I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it, but it is a very serious problem.
Do you even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed? And you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families?
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have
policies?
lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm
blaming-
surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming
Please.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who was at fault, if it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was a crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower, we're higher, or so if somehow there's a screw up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but you know, there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines Center, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was a helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play, and they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger
There
jet?
were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive order,
Not about this.
on your executive order, you've already issued an executive order you say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go
yes,
ahead.
thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal government? What plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. ice skating community was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real. But the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's
Who said
website.
That, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration too. So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 2 days, 3 days ago, I signed a new order, bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It was on the website.
Please. Quiet.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome
President.
back to the. I'm sorry.
You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in the helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any
I heard
indication?
that. We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. I have a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations, and the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask. that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I apply to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
I've got a question about the...
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir,
Well, I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made them.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened, and the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump there speaking to what he described as a country in mourning after that collision.